without further ado, I'd like to invite you to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers to give us a floor and opportunity to introduce to international audience and to you specifically the achievements of our projects. It's been a great journey for myself and Jenny Tennyson, who is unfortunately not here. We've been co-chairing this group since the beginning, and the whole journey was a great demonstration of great collaboration, of friendship, and expression of great devotion to do something good for AI, because AI is incredibly powerful tool and should work for the common good of the humanity and planet. So with not to continue to speak a lot about it, I want to give opportunity also to Jenny to say a couple of words to you. Jenny cannot be here, but she sent a video to say hello to you.
Sorry, we're just to get the video. Sorry, I'll just do it here. Oh. And no. Yeah, it's kind of not starting.
Just click on the right button on Chrome.
Yeah, one moment.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Data Governance public session. I wish I could be with all of you in New Delhi today for what promises to be an excellent session with my co-chair Maya Bogataj and our colleagues from the working group. I am with you today in spirit and in solidarity with GPAI's common goal to look at responsible AI governance, and more particularly in our data governance working group to examine how good data governance can contribute to AI that works for all of us. This summit marks the end of my mandate as both expert and co-chair of the Data Governance Working Group. It's been a stimulating and exciting experience for me and a real privilege to lead this working group of smart, knowledgeable people who genuinely care about the responsible governance of AI and what can be put in place to guarantee the best practices for good data governance. Our working group has played a crucial role within GPAI as we've explored the role of data governance in a complex and evolving context. When Maya and I stepped into the mandate of co-chairs back in 2020, we laid the foundations for our future work, developing a framework for our work and commissioning research on the ways in which data contributes to AI and the gaps in the landscape. This and the applied research agenda we developed with the working group led to a range of projects that investigated different aspects of data governance: legal, technical, organisational and cultural. I'm most proud of the deep work we carried out looking at the importance of data justice throughout the AI lifecycle. Without proper attention being paid to data justice, AI development will simply replicate the biases and inequities of our current world, including the exclusion of the majority world in shaping our technologies and policies. In other projects, we looked at different techniques to support safe data sharing through organisational structures such as data trusts and data institutions. We also delivered one of GPAI's first successful technical demonstrations with the Government of Singapore by applying privacy-enhancing and rights-enhancing technologies. As you'll hear, this year, our group has made progress on applied projects that examine the role of government as a provider of data for AI and the complexities of assigning rights over code-generated data, such as in generative AI. I'm very proud of our successes and achievements for the last 3 years, and I'm confident that the Data Governance Working Group will continue to progress by welcoming different visions and varying approaches to tackle the challenges of data governance. I'm sorry again that I can't be with you today, and I hope you enjoy both the session and the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jenny for this great introduction. It's it needs to be said, I'm saying at every summit, at the beginning I was saying that data governance is a hard-working cousin of artificial intelligence. Today we know with generative AI that it's the mother of artificial intelligence. It doesn't sound so appealing as AI, but without doing data governance right, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get good AI. And this is the focus of, this was and is a focus of our work, and it's demonstrated in our projects as well. To repeat, our mandate as the Data Governance Working Group is to look at the role of data and the way it is collected, used, shared, archived, and deleted to support applied AI. So, and of course, we are looking into all of this in the line with the goals of GPAI. But without wasting any additional time, the best demonstration of the success of our working group is to present our projects. So we are going to run through the 5 different projects, but we are starting first with the presentation of co-generated data project, which examines how existing concept of data sharing in co-generating scenarios have been developed so far. Needless to say, the importance of this project exploded as the issues exploded when the ChatGPT was thrown on the market. So I'll give the word to my dear 2 co-leads. I think that Christiane Wendehorst is going to make presentation of the project. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Maya. So I'll start the video.
Dear audience at the GPAI Summit 2023 in New Delhi, it's really a pleasure for us to be here. I'm Christiane Wendehorst.
And I'm Kyoko Yoshinaga. We co-lead the project From Co-Generated Data to Generative AI, New Rights and Governance Models in Digital Ecosystems. Sorry we cannot be there in person.
We are going to give you a short project summary. First of all, we will describe the project objectives. Then we will summarize some of our key findings and activities in 2023 and give you an outlook for what's coming ahead in 2024. So what is the CoGen project about? We want to examine how existing concepts of code generation have been developed so far and how they address an AI-specific context. Because in the digital world we see code generation of data, of content, and of technology itself is a key phenomenon. And we need to be sure that the legal regimes we have are really able to address those situations in an appropriate manner. So we want to determine the extent to which existing concepts and regimes, such as those developed by the American Law Institute and European Law Institute, can be applied also to co-generation of content and of AI itself, in particular, but not exclusively, generative AI. And we want to examine how the concepts developed for individual rights translate to collective digital rights and contribute thereby to the transnational convergence of national and regional policies on the design and allocation of digital rights. Our key activities in 2023 were the following. And when I say we, it's not just Kyoko and myself and all the other colleagues from the GPAI steering committee, whom we are very indebted for their support. It's also the Open Data Institute and the APTI Institute, with whom we partnered to conduct this research and to examine the variety of rights and legal protections that are available to those who have code-generated data, content, and AI. Now, who has rights in data, on what basis, and what these rights might mean are fundamental questions we have addressed as part of this year's research. Inter alia, we conducted a literature review that produced a framework for analysis. And we examined 6 co-generational scenarios using the framework. And we conducted also 13 interviews with international experts that offered further in-depth information. The findings suggest that the current legal frameworks do not adequately address the unbalanced power dynamics between AI technology companies and code generators in particular. And this can impact the latter's ability to act on these rights. For each of the 6 scenarios mentioned, we selected a specific case study to show diversity across the dimensions above. This selection is represented in the table which you see on this slide. For each of the 6 scenarios, we began with some background contextual research, which involved looking specifically at the parties involved, the nature of contributions to data generation, the level of involvement of co-generating parties, and the jurisdictions. Building on the desk research from the prior phase, we conducted additional research and analysis for each scenario and covered company documents and national legislation, as well as academic and grey literature.
What we found out so far during the year 2023 are shown here. The current landscape is dominated by big tech companies that wield huge amounts of power over other co-generators. A harm-led approach to understand the impacts is critical for a robust analysis. Prioritizing a multi-stakeholder approach in developing rights framework is critical. And there is no one-size-fits-all solution, but a diverse set of potential solutions and a need to have contextual nuance. Our next steps for 2024 is that in coming March, we aim to publish our first report examining the current co-generation landscape and presenting guiding principles on co-generation, including with regard to collective rights and potential rights in technology such as generative AI. From there, the project will seek to explore 2 specific approaches for implementing the developed co-gen guiding principles. One is assessing what appropriate licensing schemes could look like when applied to a co-generated context. And 2, develop an understanding of existing technical solutions, which may help enable putting these principles into practice. We believe that this is a very meaningful project, as more and more co-generated works will be created using AI in the future. Please look forward to our forthcoming report in March, and we would be very grateful to have your comments. Thank you, and we wish you all a great success at GPAI Summit in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian and Kyoko.
Dear audience at the
for all
GPAI
the
Summit
work.
2023 in
And
New Delhi.
we'll try to not
It's
have
really a
repeats.
pleasure.
Thank you. Try it like that. Yes, excellent. So I would like now to invite Jingyi and Jalak to present the next project, the role of government as a provider of data for AI, and I'll give you the clicker. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm Jingyi Liu. The pronunciation of my Chinese name is Liu Jingyi. Good. Okay. And I'm also super happy to be here to do the first in-person presentation on our project on government data. My colleague is also here, and Jalak, I think she is going to speak something wonderful after me. And for the beginning of our presentation, I would like to, first express our gratefulness to the teamwork of Research ICT Africa And it's a wonderful team led by Rachel Adams, and also some contributions from a team of legal scholars from AI Center of Excellence in Taiwan. It's actually supported by National Science and Technology Council of Taiwan. And we'll also deliver our big thanks to our co-chairs, Maya and Jenny, for their wonderful guidance, and also the contributions of our experts in this group. So this is basically our project objectives. In terms of objectives, we have 4 pillars in this project. The first thing is we would like to provide guidance to governments on the sharing of government data with AI developers for the development of AI systems. And in doing so, we want to increase the availability and use of publicly held data through our demonstration of the safe ways in which government data sharing can be done. And the third part of our project objective is to ensure that government data sharing for development of AI is actually grounded in the principles of respecting human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, and also economic growth. And finally, we aimed at the provision of legal and ethical principles that will guide governments on responsible data sharing. In the past maybe 10 months, we have several major research activities. The first one, and perhaps the most important part, is we have tried to map 4 illustrative case studies from 3 key regions, Africa, Latin America, and also UK. And these case studies provide us in-depth description and provide us tangible examples of government data sharing with AI developers. The second part of our research is actually a detailed research into how governments are actually making data available in governed ways. And we have tried to navigate complex dynamics, including technical environment for data sharing, and also public attitude and trust, issues of cybersecurity, and also fair financial models. The third part of our project activity is actually of 3 foresight workshops. They were designed in a future scenario mapping manner with the participation from the GPAI Data Governance Working Group, and also experts from African and Latin American regions, for purpose of generating deeper insights and analysis into what future scenarios in data governance in government data sharing might look like, particularly in the healthcare, energy, and welfare or social protection benefits sectors. And the final part of our work for the past year is a conduction of an overall assessment and analysis of the global data sharing landscape, with a view to designing and proposing principles to guide the formulation of national policies and regulations. In this slide, I would like to talk a little bit about our case studies. And because we don't have much time for this, so I will just offer a very brief descriptions of the cases, and you guys can always check on our full report from the website, of course, GPAI. We have 4 case studies, And they are aimed at the understanding of current models of data sharing by the government with the private sectors. We actually assessed the objective of data sharing by governments and the mechanism for data sharing with the aim of identifying benefits, risk, and also recommendations that we can use for the future. So the first case is the UK case. In UK, somebody maybe in this room might know that the NHS and the DeepMind company, Google AI company, entered into a data sharing agreement so that DeepMind can develop an app, some kind of diagnosis app. And the NHS actually released the personal health data of 1 million patients to DeepMind. And the parties did not actually follow data governance safeguards already in place. And this actually gave rise to some public backlash and also sanctions from oversight institutions. The second case is a case also from the sector of healthcare. It's a case from Taiwan. We call this a health passbook case. In Taiwan, the government introduced an app. We call it a health passbook. And in this case, users of the app can select which third-party providers can access their personal data, personal health data, to provide customized services. The government does not directly share data with third parties in this case, but the government serves as a facilitator by verifying third parties in line with data governance principles. And I think this case study provides an alternative for governments who are risk-averse to play a different role in how data is shared for the development of AI. The third case is a case from Nigeria. It's a case from the social protection sector. In Nigeria, the government implemented a new social protection program during the height of COVID-19 pandemic to make cash transfers to urban Nigerians who were affected by the pandemic, and to identify the number of beneficiaries who could be eligible under the new program. The Nigerian government contracted with a company to develop a solution that can help make decisions about the identification of eligible beneficiaries. And the government also transferred its social protection database to the company, and at the same time transferred its data to some telecom companies who further helped in the identification of other eligible beneficiaries. In this case, actually raised some issues to us, including data privacy, implications of automated decision-making, and others. The last case is a case called the A-Climate Agriculture Data Platform. We think it's a data commons initiative to build AI tools for farmers to make decisions with useful and actionable information. And I think it's a good case for our demonstration of government sharing non-personal data for responsible AI development. And this kind of approach is a great first step for many governments that are reluctant to share any data to start with sharing non-personal data in pilot programs. And this is also a case study for us to produce an example of the need to have a more flexible policy design of various data governance frameworks developed for AI. And the next step would be what we can learn from all the cases. So I'm sure my colleague, Jalak, will provide you a very sensible and comprehensive explanations about what lessons we have produced from the case studies, and also our recommendations of principles of data governance by government. Thank you.
Thank you, Chingy. It's been such a pleasure working with everyone on this project, and it's been an incredible learning experience. I think one of the interesting things that came out as we mapped these different case studies was the real lack of concrete case studies to map. I think globally we hear of a lot of governments sharing data with private sector, but when it came down to it, for us to find documented cases where this had been done in a public and transparent manner, there were very, very few examples. And I think that really pointed to the need for this project and the importance of really designing some kind of mechanisms, guidance, input for governments around how they can effectively, safely, in a human rights respecting manner, create mechanisms for data sharing with the private sector. I think, examining from a sort of a macro perspective, the 4 case studies that Chingy has very nicely taken us through, threw forward some sort of key lessons and insights in terms of what to do or what not to do. And I'll just quickly take you through them and then perhaps walk you, these really feed into some of the principles and guidance that we've started to put together as we conclude our work on this report. And one of the key ideas that I think resonated through all the different case studies and the criticisms was that data sharing should really be done for the benefit of the data subjects. And that should really underpin any decision by governments around any kind of data sharing that is done, either for the use by government themselves, if a private sector organization is developing an application for them, or if it is being shared with the private sector for the development of a socially beneficial private sector application. And there must be a lot of openness and transparency around such data sharing, both in terms of informing the public that this is happening, the manner in which this is happening, the extent to which this is happening, as well as the ability of perhaps multiple organizations to be able to access and use and harness this data, so that it is not captured by a few within the national context or market. Learning from the NHS study and several of the other studies, I think independent oversight by a regulatory authority or some such related mechanism is very important. The ICO played a key role in holding the parties accountable in the context of the various violations that happened in the NHS case study. Of course, data minimization in sharing data is paramount. There's an inherent tension over there very often in the context of AI, because very often the incentive is to try to share as much data as possible, because you don't quite know how much data is enough and what data will be most relevant and useful in the development of a particular AI application. But I think careful thought and mindfulness needs to be given to the amount of data that is being released and shared. There should be a clear legal basis for data sharing. There should be clear data sharing agreements, contracts that are entered into, or there should be an underlying clear legally backed institutional mechanism of data stewardship, data trusts that must be set up to enable this data sharing. And it's very important that human oversight is created over the development of these automated systems whether this is some kind of a public mechanism, a government-based mechanism, or a multi-stakeholder mechanism that's developed. And then going back to something that I opened with, transparency and data subject participation is key to building public trust. And this is reflected in one of the principles that we've developed, that there should be some kind of mechanism for data subjects to be able to opt out of the sharing of their data. And of course, we come back to the very important but theoretical concepts of data collaboration, equitable data sharing models, data justice, and protection of human rights. And the only way that we can actually operationalize this is, of course, through guiding principles. But what we envisage for the next phase of the project is to work with certain governments where they are seeking to share data, to be able to develop actionable specifics around how such data should be shared, specific guidance, which is difficult to sort of articulate at a high level. So drawing from the points that I just articulated, of course, public benefit should be an underpinning value for the sharing of data. There must be accountability of these systems. They should be auditable. There should be assessments. Data subjects should be able to participate, opt out, opt in. Values of data equity, data justice, human rights, privacy, preventing bias should all be baked into the design of these systems. Transparency is a must. A lot of public consultation, multi-stakeholder engagement is imperative to enable and engender public trust in the development of such data sharing mechanisms. Safety and security is really important to ensure accurate, reliable, and robust AI systems, and data minimization and proportionality have to be really important and kept in mind around the quantum of data being shared. Thank you so much. We look forward to the next phase of the project and working with our incoming co-chairs, Shamik and Bernard, on developing this in actionable ways further.
Thank you very much to you both. So Shamik, I'd like to invite you to take the floor. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Okay, is this working? Nope. Let's try. Can you hear me in the back? Yeah. Okay.
For the video, people are
I think this is working.
Okay, cool. Oh, there's a video. Yeah. Okay. Now, the reason I wanted to use a microphone is because I was responsible for at least somewhat for the delay in start. So, in order to make up, I'm going to not try and take you all through the slides. Instead, I'm going to hopefully try a conversation. A little bit of engagement from the audience. What do you think is the single biggest reason for AI not having made a big difference to any of the public good requirements around climate or agriculture or poverty or health? What do you think is the biggest barrier to AI not having been there for good yet? There's no right answer, so anybody? Yeah. Data security? Clarity. Sorry? Clarity. Very good. No. Others? Willingness. Say that again, Robert? No willingness. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Useless. That's a good one. Sorry? Awareness.
What about saying that it has made an impact?
It probably has as well. But I think the point I was making is it has probably not made as much impact as we would like it to, given the...
Glass half full, half empty.
Yeah. And I guess I've always in life have been the glass half empty person. So I guess the context for this conversation is, or this session is, I do believe, and so did the working group, that it is glass half empty, that you cannot use AI for good if you are not able to find the data sets, you meaning whoever is trying to do it, the data sets that are necessary in order to have effect on agriculture at scale or climate at scale or health at scale, right? And you mentioned security as one of the concerns. I think somebody else mentioned lack of clarity as a concern. And these will all come through. I'm going to try and not use the slides, actually. I'll just talk you through because the slides are just a bunch of text. So if you look at the first two sessions, they're all connected. The first session was about how do you have mechanisms, legal mechanisms, I suppose, contractual mechanisms to enable sharing of data, right? That was the first session. not just sharing of data, to enable clarity on who has the rights, who gets the benefits, how can it be used, etc. The second picked a particular equation, which is between the government and its citizens, and how that data is made available. By the way, you missed out on MyInfo in Singapore. You should have checked that. That's also one other area. It's not direct sharing of information, by the way. That is a bit like the Taiwan passbook case. But there are examples of governments doing that as well. This now looks at a third element. What prevents a government or even a private organization that has access to a lot of data and is not a big tech company that is hoping to make a business out of it? What do you think is the single biggest barrier to sharing that data? Why do organizations not like sharing data? Yeah, there's a little bit of hint in the title, right? I actually think one of the biggest reasons is they don't want that data to be shared, either for commercial reasons or more likely it highlights something that you didn't want to highlight. I remember when I became chief data officer of a bank, my big idea was we'll have a big billboard in our main headquarters with one new interesting fact. For those of you who are in India, a bit like the Amul cartoons every week, I'd have one new interesting fact about the bank. Very quickly, I looked at the facts that I was going to share and I realized every week I'm going to get in trouble with somebody or the other because the data I'm going to illustrate is going to make someone unhappy. So that's the point of this, right? It's called privacy-enhancing technologies, but really it's any technology or a bunch of technologies, of which I'm not a deep technical expert, that allow you to anonymize the data, to make it, not just anonymized, but to make it shareable in a way that you still protect, in theory, the rights of the individual or the company whose data it was. And the reason we called it PET Plus is because actually the same technologies can also be used to address other concerns like sovereignty, right? Which is often a bigger concern for some of these. Like imagine someone working on supply chain watermarking, right? Yeah, if you have a supply chain in Bangladesh, India, Africa, actually is it Manchester, wherever whoever is in the UK will know, there's one city in the UK which has a modern slavery issue with a textile company because nobody knows who's working at what wages for that. It sounds like a great idea to use IoT and data collection to do that. But suddenly the governments are going to object because you might, inadvertently so the bad reason would be you might expose, but the good reason might be actually you don't have enough assurance around that data and you're going to somehow give non-contextual data where it looks very bad, but in reality it's probably the best thing possible there. So because of those concerns, the thinking in the working group, and I'm going to talk as much, the reason I'm not using the slides as much is I want to talk as much about what we couldn't achieve as what we could achieve, because if we have a discussion, maybe it would be a good one to have there. What we did achieve is we set out to say, how can we prove to everybody, governments and others, that by using such technologies, you can overcome those fears. Frankly, fears are never government's fears. It is not a government that is afraid. It is an official. It is the head of the health service agency. It is the head, Bernard knows, of a city's transport authority. He or she is concerned. So what can we do by demonstrating that technology exists out there to make it work, right? That was the objective. One more time. What do you think was the biggest problem in our project? Data laws. What else? Education. Any others?
The government doesn't want to give the data.
You're very close to that. Yes. So it was not just government. Nobody. So we have whatever we need, and it's actually all of those. There is an element of we don't want to share, even for your small project, because it's too risky. But then also there is actually, what will I gain with this? I already have the models I want, or in this case, this was for predictive models. Why do I need privacy-enhancing technology? And this is actually the bigger problem for this whole area. Because we are used to thinking of data in a certain construct, we are, in the words of, and now I'll give up my age, in the words of Donald Rumsfeld, the ex-vice president, you don't know the unknown unknowns. You know the known unknowns and you know the known knowns, etc., right? So the unknown unknowns are, if suddenly I had access to 100 times more data than before, but in a safe way, how would that change my ability to predict, my ability to influence things? It is an impossible task to convince anybody almost in the period of a year to do that. So our biggest struggle, after spending a lot of time and effort, was to find use cases that could actually sign up and say, yep, we will take your money and your technology in order to implement it. So sadly, in the end, we ended up with actually a pretty good case. It was a case for, so I've given you the, it was a case for, so it's a model that was there in Singapore because the execution was by a Singapore government team, government agency team. It was actually a model built for cruise ships. Remember in the early days, there was a lot of problems with COVID on cruise ships. And so the Singapore government started doing cruise ships to nowhere as a way of making sure that the industry is protected. And remember, we're an island, we can't really go anywhere. So, okay, let's start doing that. Different argument on whether it was good for the environment, never mind. But as you did that, one of the things you wanted was to use the contact tracing data, because we had the Bluetooth-enabled contact tracing, to predict who might be a likely risk from a COVID perspective, and then inform them and protect and so on, right? So that was the original model. So the original model did not have privacy protection. Did not have privacy protection, which, by the way, if you follow the news, it actually caused a problem because it was meant to be used only for this. It turned out some of this evidence was used for a murder investigation. And the minister, unfortunately, had to come in and say, well, sorry, we didn't realize, but once we have the data, we are forced to use the data we had. It was used for a good purpose. But it led to this is the point, motivation comes in because there was already a bit of a concern in the government saying people are not trusting us as good stewards. So actually, could privacy-enhancing technologies help us? So that was all it was. So in some ways, it was a very simple project. We, after a big search across the world, we came up with this one use case saying, there was a very good model, but that depended on a level of, and it was only 1-to-1. Ideally, we would have found a case which was multiple organizations. This wasn't. This was just, I guess, the individual. It wasn't even the cruise company and the government. It was just the individual's mobile Bluetooth signals and, I guess, the mobile telco provider, because you did identify the person, and the government health agency, the Ministry of Health. So what we did was we tried to see, we meaning actually the within the government, another team, it looked at two different privacy-enhancing technologies, and based on that, they tried to see whether the results produced by using privacy-enhancing technologies would replicate. And we didn't actually try and predict again, because those people were long gone, or they were alive, hopefully, but they were all no longer infected by COVID. So instead, we tried to look at, basically the model was based on three key inputs: close contacts, casual contacts, and transient contacts. And as you can see, the with pet and without pet versions were reasonably close. So from a project perspective, we managed to demonstrate what we set out to demonstrate, which is actually you can get many of the benefits, in this case of this predictive model, by using privacy-enhancing technologies. So in that sense, it was a success. But remember, I told you I'm going to talk about success, but also about what we didn't succeed in. What we didn't succeed in is, firstly, as I said, the nature of this project. This was already a problem that had been solved. This wasn't a big problem, except for saying maybe in future we will be more respectful of privacy. It wasn't solving a new problem. Now imagine for a moment this was 2 government departments, 3 private sector organizations, I don't know, and citizens all together. If this was solving a problem like that, then it would have been powerful. So I think one of our failures, not successes, whatever you want to call it, is not finding an impactful enough case study that really demonstrates how AI can be used for good in a way that cannot be done today. We just showed that something you are doing today can be done slightly better, slightly safer. But I would ideally have liked to do something like that. Why am I saying this? If any of you have use cases like that, please, we still have the option of reusing this next year. So by all means, do that. But I think there's another reason for saying this, which is data governance, as Maya said at the start, is a very dry subject. Nobody says, I want to be a data governance person. I know loads of people who want to say, I want to work in AI, I want to work in machine learning, I want to work in data science. Now, I was chief data officer. Everybody used to think I do all of that. Then they'd come to me and say, what jobs do you do? Oh, I'm the chief janitor of the bank. I clean up all the mess that exists across. Sometimes chief plumber, get the plumbing right. Nobody wants to do this stuff. But actually, unless you understand these implications, you don't think of what I can do with data, right? So to me, the big thing that I think we semi-succeeded in is that we created awareness about this need for greater education on the power of data and indeed of the importance of data for AI. Now, we did this all this largely before generative AI came in. I have to say now, I think this is much better understood. So I think with that, I'll stop. I think the key point I want to make is I want you to see the theme across the 3 projects you've heard so far. The common theme is AI should not just be used to benefit one individual or one company. It should be used to benefit all of humanity, all of society. To do that, its use has to extend to things that impact at scale, not one organization, not one citizen. To do that, you need data that sits nominally under different ownerships. A government, an individual, a company, a civil society, whatever, right? Maybe even not a human being. Maybe the ownership sits, nobody knows who owns the data because it's in IoT machines everywhere and no one is really the owner of that. And so in order to have AI that genuinely has an impact on the UN development goals, etc., you need to be able to have better, sharing is the wrong word because you don't physically share the data, but better availability of data across ownerships, across boundaries, across organizations. And doing that requires better legal frameworks, better contractual terms on co-generated data. It requires, frankly, the biggest single owner of data other than Google and Meta, which is the governments, to be much more open to sharing. And perhaps some of this logic could also be applied to the very big tech firms as well. And of course, it requires enabling technologies. So that's where I'll finish. In the end, if all we did as GPAI was talked only about principles, I come from industry, it's fantastic to have principles and regulations. But if you're going to implement them one by one with human policymakers and lawyers and bureaucrats and people like me, plumbers and janitors, fixing them one by one, it's not going to scale. You need enabling technology layers. So if we can get to a stage where contract law, contract formats, government protocols on sharing data, all of this are well established, and then it's underpinned by two things. One, technology that enables you to do this systematically, and two, very crucially, education. I mean, I don't know what you found in the UK government piece, but I never found out what exactly did DeepMind do wrong. Maybe it broke the law, but I'd be really interested in seeing, did it actually cause any harm? I think a lot of it is just people being very scared. The reality is, I wasn't with a UK GP for a long time. It's very likely that the GP would have left my data here and there. It could have been accessed by anybody else. But just because it's DeepMind, and just because it's the government giving the data without my consent, I get worried. Maybe if I had better frameworks for governments to share data, better comfort on the technology that was used to share data, maybe we would all be more open to getting the benefits of our own data. With that hope, I'll finish and move to the next one.
Thank you very much, Amit. Thank you. Yeah, it will be at the end because we're kind of on a tight schedule, and I'd like to invite Thomas to present. Yes, please, Shamik, to present the trustworthy data institution framework. And if you could try to make it 8 minutes, that's the challenge for you today.
Okay.
You're here.
I'm here?
Yeah.
But I was trying to see the screen. Okay. Sorry. Never mind. It's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I will try to make it in 8 minutes. Yes, this project is built on the previous work done by Open Data Institute and APTI on data trust. But from their work, they received this recommendation to try to explore how local community and organization can be empowered by data institution and how they can play an active role in value chain. So that was our mandate in this project. And to do so, we fixed 2 sub-objectives. The first one was to try to map the data ecosystem, and the second one to co-design a framework with a local community. And to achieve this, we conduct a pilot study in Cameroon, specifically as part of Lac Chad Basin, where people are facing climate-induced migration. So we spend time there, speaking with local community to understand and to make sure that they understand, they have the same, or we have a common understanding of the importance of having data coming from the fieldwork, and see how we can build with them a better way to empower them, to bring them on board when we are talking about data governance, or when organizations keep organization collecting data in the field can better engage with them. After this phase, we continue our second phase with the co-design of the framework. And we did this phase with the support of Microsoft and local organization. As a result, we have two grid reports that you can find in the GPAI website. The first one is specifically related to the Lake Chad Basin. All the results we get, you can see the comment from local communities and so on. And the second one is the Trustworthy Data Institutional Framework. And the Trustworthy Data Institutional Framework is informed by what we learn in the field work and from the previous work done by the data governance and the responsible AI working group since the beginning of the GPAI, if I may. But let me dive with you in the TDEF, the Trustworthy Data Institutional Framework, because we have a lot of principles, but the main question people are asking sometimes is what next? What can we do with all these principles in order to achieve this kind of engagement with local community? So we succeed to develop a practical tools that data institution or organization seaworthy data can use in order to better engage with local community. And I guess some of you received this flyer or this brochure, so you can go through it and you will see that the TDF itself, this is the main vision that we have. The vision is built around 4 pillars, if you want, 4 elements. And the first element is the extended data life cycle. Usually we have a common data life cycle, but if you take a look on this TDF or the vision that you have in front of you on the paper, we have 2 nodes that we added, specifically data literacy and data infrastructure and tools, because sometimes we put this node aside as they are not part of the data life cycle, but it's very important to be sure that local community are trained, they can understand what data are and how they can be used to improve data governance. And the second pillars of this, of our vision is the combined data governance approach with some value and principles, so that we can meet all related to openness and be sure that privacy is respected and so on. The third pillar is mostly this possibility to be aware that the role we are playing in the data ecosystem can be interchangeable. So sometimes we can be a data provider, sometimes we can be a data institution managing information for local organizations. So it's not a static role that we are playing. It depends on the context, it depends on the domain on which we are working. And the 4 pillars is the dynamics amongst these stakeholders. So, but you can see the arrow on the TDF. Each communities or each actor should be involved in the different nodes of the data lifecycle. It's very important to ensure that people and local community are engaged in the process of governance from the beginning to the end. And just to facilitate and to give a practical tool to data institution or to the organization, we designed also an evaluation grid that you can take. We did it at SEMIA. We evaluate ourselves, our level of maturity. You can use it to see where you stand as an organization in terms of including or building trustworthy in your practice, and in terms of engagement also with local communities. So you have some, I will not dive in because there's a lot of things to say here, but the interesting part is that you have some variable, and you can evaluate each variable based on the annex. You have two annex in the full report. And from this, when you are done with the evaluation, you can take some concrete action. So we suggested some concrete action in Annex B, also in the full report. So here are some of the action we are promoting. And we need to flag that it's important. We are not promoting a straightforward process, but it's an evolutive process, because when you evaluate yourself, you can find that you are just at level 1, but don't be afraid. You can improve your process, you can improve your practice, and make like an objective to meet or to reach to level 2 in 2 years, and so on. So it's an evolutive process. I think for the next phase, I think we are just working to disseminate the TDF and to automate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thanks very much, Thomas. I'd like to invite Alison Gilwell, the co-lead of the Data Justice Project, to present you the project itself.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for all the presentations so far. Just to add to Shamik's point, I think what you see running through all of these presentations is this concept that has been really embraced by the Data Governance Working Group of Data Justice. And I really think we do have to thank our co-chairs for really championing this. I think initially a little bit of maybe sort of left wing or off stage or whatever the expression is, proposal into this very strong technical and legal working group. But I think it really has highlighted the importance of moving beyond, right-centered, which of course we want, ethical frameworks which are coming out very strongly in the technical environment, to say that even when you've met these criteria, unless you look at issues of redress, unless you look at issues of equality, you may still not have just outcomes in your data governance. So this project really, grappled for some time with what is understood by the issues of data justice. There had initially been some academic work done in this area by pioneers, we're probably familiar to some of you. But for the working group, we said data justice has been understood by the working group as fairness in the way that groups are made visible, represented and empowered as beneficiaries in the collection and use of data for the development of AI systems. It promotes a broader lens than a narrower conception of data governance, which is historically focused or traditionally focused on compliance and individualized notions of privacy. It does so by providing a framework to account for collective identities in view of the particular impact that AI decision-making systems have at the community level. And this work really had two main kind of phases to it. Initially, the work looked at a kind of mapping and a literature review towards establishing this framework, which really tried to bridge the gap between, as I said, some research and some practice that had happened in this area, by considering the issues of social and economic justice in the utilization of data or the use of data for AI development. The research component, which was advancing research knowledge in this area, established guiding principles for data justice to broaden current perspectives, inform just data policies, and advance the field beyond these individualized notions of privacy, which we mentioned, or ethics, simply ethics by design. That's also important, but not sufficient. Focusing on equity and justice in all categories of relevant stakeholders. And the really enormous literature review, very, very impressive, with 300 sort of data sources and things. It is available on the GPAI website for those of you who are doing research in this area. It's a massive project, and then arising from these guidelines, these in-depth guidelines for policymakers, for developers, and for communities and individuals. The practice, we are trying to provide actionable resources that will help policymakers, practitioners, and impacted communities gain a broader understanding of what equitable, freedom-promoting, and rights-sustaining data collection, governance, and use should look like in increasingly dynamic and global data innovation system. Just to say that this work has involved a number of partners that were drawn in through focus groups and through understanding and mapping data governance issues on the ground, and how these might or not currently contribute to data justice. That work was commissioned, the initial advancing the academic research and knowledge in that area was undertaken by the Alan Turing Institute, and the partners were commissioned by the Alan Turing Institute to begin to move beyond the research and kind of grapple with some of the issues on the ground. And several of those stories, which are, wonderfully bring the issues to people's living, daily lives, are also available on the website, and now also in this publication that we have here, which summarizes some of those partner inputs in the big spread in the middle, which I won't open right now. And then, of course, we also, as Research ICT Africa, which is the organization from which I represent, conducted some policy briefs with some social and economic primers to try and explain some of the issues that were underlying this very practical policy brief for policymakers. And on that, we worked with IT for Change. And of course, very many people involved from the working group, and in fact, inputs from other working groups as well, which were really contributed to the outputs that were produced. So key activities in 2023. As I said, the project was in the last phase of the second phase of that project. It was really trying to move from research to practice. We were really looking very practically at both those issues of social and economic justice, as I mentioned. The original work had looked very strongly at the social justice underpinnings, but I think in practice, the issues of economic justice necessary to redress not only the uneven harms that we know happen, through data-driven technologies, that can happen through data technologies that are not governed effectively, but also the uneven distribution of opportunities, which I think has not come out as much in some of the responsible AI policy framing of this work. That yes, we obviously need to move from these individualized notions of privacy, but very importantly, we need to create the conditions for people to be able to be beneficiaries of these systems, both through public value creation that has been spoken about, but also through private and commercial development of these systems, which, as we know, is very unevenly distributed both between countries and regions and also between individuals. So as I said, there's this follow-up consultation, post-project consultations with the policy pilot partners and GPAI's data justice community of independent experts to gather feedback on the process, any applications that there were, to shed light on the realities of impacted communities, and to advise on the prioritization of data to tackle some of these challenges. And I think, some examples of some practical application, this process was underway and had already gone through the first few phases when we were undertaking the African data policy framework in Africa. And the data policy framework, unlike many other governance frameworks, which have already can assume certain things are in place, are very concerned with issues of redress. And in fact, in the African data policy framework, the task team and the member states ultimately adopted as a central part of the enabling framework this notion of data justice. The notion of data justice referring, as I mentioned, to rectifying those uneven impacts, but also importantly the opportunities that Africa is hoping to build within the context of the Continental Free Trade Area and various things that the data policy framework will inform. And then we've got a data justice two-pager, which is to establish a point of entry to data justice notions that's inclusive and easily understandable, and serves a summary of the data justice project. And of course, all of these link to the deeper research underlying them. And then there's been a social media awareness campaign, which I hope you've seen and that you are following and hopefully promoting on X, and also on various other forums. And really, she's trying to target this broader audience, to get multiple perspectives, to highlight some of the data justice work that, as I said, I think has been taken considerably further, and particularly thinking about it in the context of just AI, ensuring that we get just AI. Yeah, I think I actually might have missed that one out. Possibly a little bit before, but some of the available resources, which, as I mentioned, are all on the website. There is this brief, this 10-point brief, which really looks at the impacts, the cross-cutting nature of data justice, everything from, platform workers' rights to, collective rights to indigenous rights and protections. And then, of course, as we mentioned, these opportunities. There are two primers, which, as I mentioned, are really useful to try and understand the advancement of the issues of data justice. The one is on data and social justice. These are really nice 15, 20-page primers that bring together a lot of that literature in a very accessible, succinct way that focuses on the issues in relation to AI, and likewise the primer on data and economic justice by IT for Change. Very nice focus on some of the IT issues. Please take a look at those. And then we have these guides, these really substantial guides intended for policy makers, for developers, and communities, more as kind of working documents. You might use them for training purposes. They're much bigger, they're much more in depth, but they still, reduce the research to something that is hopefully very practical and applied for policymakers, for impacted communities and individuals, and of course for developers. And then we've got other advancing data justice research and practice, which is the big literature review that I mentioned, advancing data justice and practice, which are the stories that I mentioned, and the interim annotated bibliography and table of that enormous data set that we spoke about. Sorry, that is the big spread that I had spoken about earlier. Please look at those and those interesting stories, of which videos have been made by the Alan Turing Institute. Very, very fascinating. And then just quickly to end off, because I think we are out of time, the interactive data justice tool, focusing on 10 principles. These aren't exactly the 10 principles that I mentioned in the policy paper. They're the underlying principles of data justice around equitable access and benefits, ensuring democratic participation, moving beyond a one-size-fits-all solution. These highly contextualized. I think the stories from the partners show the importance of context to that. Centered human rights and community rights, mandate fair practice, consider equitable alternatives where existing frameworks mean people aren't able to exercise their rights, or alternative forms of stewardship, local sovereignty and global needs with its globalized nature of this, and how sovereign individual autonomy for individual sovereign rights, but also national sovereign rights are ensured, and that they're just. Ensuring workers' rights, transparency by default, as an underlying, we've mentioned all of those, and to protect and enable restorative justice and redress, which I think is the final point I want to end on, because I think that's what takes it beyond some of the human rights frameworks. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Alison. This was super interesting. I'd like you to take a seat. Unfortunately, time is running, so we won't... It's not working, thank you. That one is working. So unfortunately, we won't have time for questions because we're running late for the session, and we're having another one starting at noon, and our speakers as well that need to run. But I still would like to pass the mic to Maya for a closing word as a co-chair of the working group.
Thank you very much, Sophie. It makes me incredibly proud to look back and see all the work that's been done. I thank you also to UK government, which supported data justice and data trust, data intermediaries project, right? Without that gracious support, it would be impossible to achieve the global diversity that Data Governance Working Group always wanted to demonstrate that it's important to do. So it's my task as a, can I please ask for silence in the room, please? With this, my co-chairing and the co-chairing of Jenny is ending, and I'm very happy and proud that baton will be that two most active members, well, one of the most active and devoted members are going to take over the co-chairing of the group. It makes me happy, and I'm relieved because this is a warranty that good work will be continued. Shamik Kundu is one of the co-chair, and Bertrand Mondoubert, I still can't pronounce the name. These are my dear two colleagues and friends who are going to co-chair the data governance group in the future. 2 sentences. I would really like to give you floor to say 2 sentences, because I know that you've been already having meetings and making some decisions.
Well, thank you. It's really a big challenge for us. We spoke a lot with Shamik during these couple of days, and well, probably I will say things that Shamik would maybe want to say, but since we are very aligned anyway, I can't remember who said that, whether it was his thoughts or mine. We are sitting on the shoulders of really 2 wonderful ladies who did such a great job to make this group exist. So thank you so much, Maya, and thank you so much, Jenny. And really, this is extremely sincere, and it's just not just politeness. I mean, it was a challenge to build GPAI. We know that, and we know today that GPAI exists, and we'll try to make it continue. So maybe just a few quick thoughts. First of all, I think we are all impressed by all the work that has been done. There is a lot of work. It's extremely precious. And on the other hand, we must be conscious that the adoption of this work is still a challenge. We need to make it being known and applied in the various countries which are involved in GPAI. And it's still not the case, we know that. What is really good is that we saw that in many projects, the outcomes was not only reports, but also trying to build some tools. And I think we should go further in this direction for dissemination of all the work that has been done in GPAI so far. It's the case for data governance, it's probably the case for other groups. And since I'm speaking about other working groups, also we want to have the best relationship with the other ones to make cross collaborations on that. And this is tough because all the experts are extremely busy people. In a way, we've been selected because we were already busy, and maybe we were a bit mad to accept that, but anyway, we are. So we are here. So we really want to collaborate with the other working groups as far as possible, in order maybe to get better knowledge management of all the production that has been done so far. Once again, if we want to disseminate, it means that we need to find out what are the different bricks that have been created in the various reports. So these are a few hints, but probably Shamik will add many brilliant ideas, because he has brilliant ideas.
No, I have no more ideas. I spoke my few words before. I think the only thing I would add is, in addition to being responsive to other members of GPAI, the member countries, the governments, one thing I do want to do, I hope there are some people here who have nothing to do with GPAI before this week, is that the work we do needs to start becoming relevant to you as well. It can't just be something that the expert group works on or we feed into the government. That's important, but ultimately it may or may not work. It will work much more likely if we reach out to a broader community, people who are interested in things like data and justice with data, etc. And that community understands what we're trying to do, maybe builds upon it, maybe improves it. That would be perhaps an even better sign of success than influencing just the governments. That's what I think.
Thank you very much to you both. Thank you very much to everyone. And thank you, Maya.
We are absolutely running out of time, but we were always open for questions and collaboration. So please contact us. We need to run some of us to another panels, but I'll be around. Ask me questions, ask Sophie questions, and the team. And for the very end, Data Governance Working Group was always supported by CIMIA Montreal Center. Without this incredible support, the work would be impossible. Thank you, Sophie. thank you all the team, and thank you all the colleagues. Thank you for your devotion. Experts are doing work pro bono, and it's up to the governments to use this opportunity to use the results of the work. So the challenge is on the governments, and we will continue in the work, but governments needs to step up as well. So thank you very, very much. Photo, yes. Pictures?
Yeah, the one with the two pictures and yeah, tomorrow.
Go well?
Yeah.
Hi. Yes. So I outside of oh yes. Very large AI privacy. LinkedIn is good. The organization data sharing so far but maybe it's something to try out. Should I you have to somehow I
This session is going to be a little difficult. We are already late.
Non, c'est pas ouvert. Non, c'est terminé. Ah, nous?
Ouais,
Oui, il me reste une session cet après-midi. Ouais. Mais la personne est responsable, il y a pas grand-chose à faire. Ouais.
Parce que nous, c'est hier avant le groupe de travail Future of Work.
Ouais. C'est vrai.
Il y avait rien qui marchait. Et même, on avait une session Digital India, je sais
ouais,
pas quoi, là,
ouais.
et il y avait 9 speakers et ils en avaient compté 5. Mais tout s'est réglé, hein.
Ouais,
c'est ça.
Tout se règle, mais c'est pas fluide.
Ouais, voilà. Et puis c'est un peu dernier moment. Mais ça allait, on était quand même à l'heure.
Ouais. C'est comme là, il y a personne qui vient. Tu sais, moi, j'en parle avec mon ordi, mais il y a personne qui s'occupe de mettre le PowerPoint. Je sais pas. C'est vraiment. C'est un bit messy.
On va voir parce qu'on leur avait fait diffuser hier, donc on va voir.
Ok, bon.
Françoise, do you want the technicians to manage the slides, or do you want to?
No, they were. I think that one is better. I think it's better. I would like to have a mic. That's the third one. Oh, this one is working. Excuse me, guys. Do you know that this session is just before lunch, right? So you're sitting in a session which is blocking your lunch if you don't sit now. So let's please get started. I don't know if you want lunch, that's another issue, right? No, she should come. Can you... Andreas, maybe you could come and sit here too? Robert is coming back in 1 minute, he said.
And he's going to sit next to Lee. Robert can go there.
Come and sit, Robert. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, she's in a session. She will come, don't worry. Merci. I will. No question, no time. Oh, sure, yeah. Okay, so we are going to start on this session. Yeah, I know. For the innovation and commercialization. So this innovation and commercialization working group is co-chaired by Lawrence, who may be online. I don't see him. He should be online.
and myself will be stepping down at the end of this year, and Robert here is going to take over all the work, and I'm very happy to give all the work to him, right? Is here, right, good. We are going to start first with, I don't know, the INC mandate. You want to present that? So this is our supporting group. Basically, Caitlin is in charge of doing a lot of stuff for us. So she's the Sophie that we had before, right, basically.
That's very generous. Thank you, Françoise. I'll actually let you present the mandate after I just give a quick introduction from the point of view of INRIA. So yes, thank you, Françoise. I'm Caitlin Beauvais, and I'm the project lead for innovation and commercialization at INRIA. And where I've been working with Françoise and Lawrence for now 3 years, which is really crazy to say. I had the opportunity of meeting Lawrence, who should be connected online in Montreal this September at the Innovation Workshop. And I just wanted to say thank you again to Françoise, who has been part of GPAI since even before GPAI was created. So thank you again, Françoise, for all of your hard work these past 3 years. Oh, perfect. For all of your hard work these past 3 years. We really appreciate it. So yeah, as I said before, I'm a project manager at the Paris Paris Expert Support Center, where I work with these hardworking experts for the Innovation and Commercialization Working Group. I'm really excited to hear about the projects specifically because this working group is a bit special, not only because of the quality of experts, but also because it's the only working group that really focuses on hard outputs, creating tools for the industry. So thank you again for giving me the time, Françoise, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. So on the screen, can we get the screen back with the people attending, please? Okay, so we have Lawrence Liu here. This is my dear co-chair, sharing all the work with me. And he has his team with him. This is Betty at the right, in charge of all the technical details, I would say. And Kwanchet also was there and is not there anymore. We also had before Jan Dietrich was working with Lee, so these are the people connected from far away. Thank you. So Lawrence and Betty, you're ready to answer all the questions, right? And thank you, Jan. Glad to see you here. So basically, coming to the slide back, if you can, yes. So our mandate is very simple. It's innovation and commercialization. What else can we say, right? So obviously what our business is about is extremely simple. We want to do anything we can so that we can help companies to do better, to do innovation faster, quicker, in a better way, and to succeed in commercializing their innovation in AI. To do that, we've decided from the very beginning that what we wanted was to make not reports, not papers, not documents, but tools that the company can actually use and profit from. So our target usually has been to try and build tools that companies can exploit as much as possible. So it's about companies, it's about products, it's about processes, and it's about industry with a large focus on companies which are SMEs. And as you know, we have GPAI members here. Out of when I started, I think it was not even 15, right? 15 at the beginning. Now we have 29 members, and of these members, 22 are represented in the innovation and commercialization group. So we have a lot of experts from many areas, basically, and representative from OECD, representative from UNESCO, and a lot of also outside experts, junior investigators, people, observers, who join our group and contribute their work, again, pro bono, as you know, the fashion is in GPAI. We work for nothing, basically. The innovation and commercialization group has basically started projects progressively. At the present time, we have 4 of them. The first one, what we started was the broad adoption of AI by SME that Lawrence is going to present. This is our oldest project, most complete, it's basically almost completed. It's in the process of being deployed, and we'll present that. We decided to verticalize, so to speak, this project and apply it to agro and farming, and Inma is going to present that. We also have addressed the question, which is a little problem for companies. When a company produces a new idea, a new product, usually it involves a lot of IP, a lot of trade secret, if you want, maybe copyright. And all of this, of course, is a very important asset for the company. The problem is that AI assets, property, are not very well defined. And we have this project on protecting this asset from a while ago, and now Lee will talk about that, maybe with Jan as well. The last one is the last one, actually, because it's very recent. Only a year ago, I think we started with Andreas at the end here. And the idea is, everywhere in the world we have regulation of AI, and we want to basically understand all these regulations and help companies navigate through these different regulations. So this will be presented later by Andreas. So with, we have a problem here that the sound is not there. So I don't hear the sound, nobody hears the sound. Yeah, I have. Yeah, you have to. I have. But it's we would.
20th century word.
Lawrence, stop because you might have to talk on this because it doesn't work. Can you do that, Lawrence?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So I'm moving on because if we try to fix the problem, it won't do. So go ahead, Lawrence, for you.
Welcome everyone to the broad adoption of AI by SMEs presentation. Firstly, let me apologize for not being able to be in person in Delhi with you today. In this presentation, besides myself, I have my co-chair Ingo Hoffman, who will be sharing what we have been doing for the last 1 year.
A warm welcome also from my side. Unfortunately, I can't be with you in Delhi in person today. Let me introduce the agenda for this session. I will go through a little bit of the background of our work over the last few years. And then my colleague Lawrence Liu will take you through the portal, demonstrate what we have developed, the showcases that we already have, and discuss why we think it would be a good idea for you to join the initiative. But first, let me give you a short background and introduction. When we started the work, it became very clear that the adoption of AI by SMEs was a challenge for almost all countries participating. The majority of the economy in many countries is based on the small and mid-sized enterprises. But they often lack the resources, the skills, the data, or the IT infrastructure to adopt AI solutions and with that benefit from AI. So how can we help them to become more AI aware and to find the right solutions and partners to adopt AI? That was the question that we asked ourselves, and we wanted not only to produce reports but to have a real solution helping to address these challenges. And that's why we have implemented our recommendations as a portal that we will demonstrate to you today.
Now let's talk about the achievement that the group has done for the last 1 year.
Lawrence, we don't hear you, so please talk.
In 2023,
can you talk about it because we don't?
Singapore and Poland being the first to go live with the portal. France, Germany, and Serbia are expected to go live by end of this year or early of next year.
No, he doesn't.
We have also set up an AI for SME forum a place where the portal operators and the developers can come together to share the code and the best practices. So let's recap. The objective of the portal is to help SMEs accelerate the adoption of AI. This portal is an actualization of the recommendations that the group have put up. We want SMEs to... Now, let's...
Thank you for your patience.
So let's recap. The objective...
I can walk through the presentation. You just turn off the sound.
Yeah, I think it's better if you talk because it doesn't work. But the demo, we need the demo, right?
In 2023, we launched the portal.
He's talking.
With Singapore and Poland being the first to go live with the portal.
Build up the sound. We don't hear you.
Serbia are expected to go live by end of this year or early of next year. We have also set up an AI for SME forum, a place where
I can hear the sound
and the developers can come together to share the code and the best practices. So let's recap. The objective of the portal is to help SMEs accelerate the adoption of AI. This portal is an actualization of the recommendations that the group have put up. We want SMEs to adopt curated AI solutions from validated AI solution providers. And for solution providers to offer their AI solutions to the SMEs and obviously expand their customer base. This portal will be supported by a GPAI member country portal operator. They will manage the portal and onboard these AI solution providers and also market this portal to the SMEs. Now, let's have a quick look at the portal and its features. Now let's look at some of the examples of the portal implemented. This is the portal over in Poland, and they have used the URL AI for msp.pl. They have more or less retained the same look and feel. And this is the page that shows the various solution providers that Poland has when SME were to search for them. Now, let's take a look at the Singapore site. Obviously, the color is different. It's a two-column layout. And we have integrated it into our community page where we have resources about AI, articles, and even a forum where it's a fairly active discussions going on all issues about AI, and even a job portal. So as you can see, the portal is easily customizable. It's based on WordPress. So the portal operator only needs to make sure that he has the WordPress developer to integrate the portal, whether into a new site or existing site. Now, why join the AI for SME portal initiative? One, we want to encourage innovations. As we have already mentioned, SMEs makes up a significant portion of the economy. We want to make sure that SMEs are provided access to AI expertise and solutions, curated solution providers. And this portal can help SMEs to become more innovative. Increase efficiency. AI has a potential to improve efficiency across industries. And by encouraging SMEs to adopt AI, SMEs can streamline the current business processes. Finally, this portal will be a means to help SME and solution providers come together, enjoy faster collaboration, promoting partnerships, and hopefully leading to new innovations and business opportunities. And for next year, 2024, we hope to get more countries to build their own AI for SME portals. The group will also create new go-to-market resources and guides for portal operators to better help them engage the SMEs and new AI solution providers. The group will also come together and create a new resource, AI for SME, a simplified introduction to AI for SMEs, based on AI Singapore's AI for Everyone. Focus on helping SMEs understand AI and how to bring AI into its organizations, and including getting their organizations ready for AI, based on the principles of the AI Maturity Index that we have put into the portal. So, the next step is for GPAI member countries and the appointed portal operators to visit the AI for SME community portal at aiforSMEportal.org. Over here, you can apply for access to the AI for SME portal, and once access has been given, you can download the portal source code, download the portal administrator guides, the developer guides, and any other guides that the group will put up from time to time. With this, we end our presentation, and I look forward to everyone here joining the community to help the SME accelerate their adoption of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you. So basically, we see here that there has been a field test in 4 countries already a year ago, and now we have a portal deployed in 2 countries. One is Poland and one is Singapore, where Lawrence is. The next one, hopefully, is going to be France with our French representative here. So any country wanting to join this portal can just connect, and then you download the entire stuff and you put it into your own framework, brand, colors, whatever, and language, right? In French, it's going to be in French, of course. So all of the thing is free, you get it free, and then you run it on your own site. Thank you, Lawrence. If you can stay, because there might be questions at the end, probably for you or Betty or Quanchet. Okay, thank you. So now we had this SME portal ready to go to join, to match basically SMEs with service provider in AI. So we decided to run the exactly same and use it, but verticalize it on one domain, which is the agro and farming, and this is going to be presented by Inma. Inma, use this one.
The mic's here.
Can we put the slides back, please?
I don't know that.
Oh, I can see. I know now. Ooh. Okay, so when I joined the Information and Commercialization, Innovation and Commercialization Working Group, I soon realized that there are sectors that will require to have their own portals, their own environment. I have worked as an AI scientist in many sectors, automotive, aerospace, but my family has vineyards in Spain. I have worked in cow farms in Ireland doing AI, and I felt that GPAI should lead a project for agriculture and farming. And I did it because fundamentally it's not about feeding people. It's not about in 2050 we have 10 billion people to feed. It's about really acknowledging that climate change and very poor quality agricultural practices are reducing arable land year on year. And also, I can speak without notes. Okay, and we need to help the farming community yield more from less land and also be more sustainable with biological approaches to agriculture. So we now can confirm that many of our members are very, very keen to put agriculture in their artificial intelligence roadmaps and agendas. I'm very proud to say that India, our presidency, has put agriculture at the top of one of the things that they want to achieve with artificial intelligence. And so many other countries like France, like Mexico, like Brazil. So this portal will grow in terms of outreach. And I will run you through what the portal currently hosts, what kind of content can you find, and basically not just finding AI companies that work in agriculture, but it's an educational portal. We want to educate the world. So we know that there is a sustainable agenda for the world. Agriculture has a climate change affecting its dynamics, but agriculture is an industry, is the GDP of nations, and we need to make it more optimized, which is the superpower of artificial intelligence. So we want to educate the public. We want this portal to be accessible by scholars, people that want to understand the industry, as well as having an ecosystem of technical directors in an agricultural field, being able to consult it and find AI solutions that they want to explore. And vice versa, we want young startups and other companies that focus on agriculture building AI and solutions to be able to show and even put demos of their products. So we have built the portal and the databases with the help of University of Loyola in Andalusia, which is the University of Chicago in Spain. We have built, let me see if it's here, we have built the databases of the case studies and the AI solutions providers from the Americas, from Europe, and now we're building, in addition to Japan, all of the Asia-Pacific companies and case studies. We believe that case studies explain how AI is really being used. There is a misconception that when you bring artificial intelligence to an artisanal industry, the jobs will go away. And actually, it's not the case. Farmers have very hard lives trying to yield product from the land. And when technology and AI comes in, they are in possession of information that helps them make better decisions. And for example, I'll give you an example. When someone decides to grow grain, well, that grain has to achieve a specific percentage of protein if you want to sell the grain for human consumption. If you don't achieve that quality, then the grain has to be given for feeding animals. And you don't get any money for it. Basically, you work for free the whole year. So we need to increase the value. When I say yield, it's not so much the quantity that you get from the land, but the quality of the product. So we need to feed people with nutritional values. So we have now begun the roadmap of integrating our work with FAO, with organizations at national level that also have innovation centers or labs that focus on agriculture. I'm hoping that we will be able to establish these relationships here in India and in other countries. My targets right now are France, Spain, Holland, where we have the most strong cases of AI in Europe, and then build India and Australia in 2024 as well. So, whoops. So just to invite you to collaborate with us, information in portals is something that shouldn't be static. We hope that the portal is interactive. It has videos, it has tools, you can see demos, and is really a portal that we see growing and expanding. Initially will be launched in English. I'm hoping that we can get it into national levels and then be in the local languages. And if you work in agro and AI, come to me after the presentations.
Thank you, Inma. To be launched in first quarter of 2024, right?
That's the beta?
Yep. Wait for it.
Not for the people. That's the beta.
Wait for it. Thank you. So what you saw so far basically was what you were talking about in the previous talk, what we call the plumbing, right? Exactly that. We do plumbing work, we propose tools to be used. The next one is going to be presented by Lee Tiedwich here. So she's going to put... Yeah, and Jan is online. They are the two co-leads of the IP project.
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to talk a bit about our project that we started a couple years ago on unlocking responsible AI data and model sharing. We started this project a couple years ago in the IP committee, and initially I was co-leading the work with Josef Drexel, who from the Max Planck Institute. And, Jan is my co-lead on the committee, and he's been getting involved as we've been launching the 2024 plans. So I thought what I would do is kind of walk you through what we've done over the past couple of years. I mean, the premise of the report is bringing it back to innovation and commercialization. We want to incentivize and we want to facilitate innovation and commercialization. But in order to do that with artificial intelligence, we need access to data, we need access to models. And one of the things that we've observed, Jan has a lot of industry experience. I was actually in private practice in law for 30 years before joining Duke relatively recently, is that parties want to share data and they want to share models, but it's really challenging to do so. So the whole premise of our project is how can we unlock those opportunities safely to create incentives for innovation, to create AI models that have access to data that can help eliminate bias, help address safety concerns, but do this in a way that is responsible. We need to protect privacy when it comes to the data. We need to protect proprietary rights. When we come to large language models and open source, which is now a big part of our work as well, we want to make sure that those tools are available for innovators, but we need to address the safety concerns. So that was the premise of our project. And we started in 2022 with, again, being the Innovation and Commercialization Working Group, is we really want to understand what the market needs are. So we did this preliminary study that was, had some book research, but what was more important to us was to go out to the community, to different stakeholders, and try to find out, are there needs? Do they think standard contract terms can work? So I'll walk you through that study. Then in 2023, we built upon that preliminary report and actually did 2 hybrid workshops, one at Max Planck Institute in Munich, one in Duke in Washington, D.C., where we brought stakeholders together to really try to move this forward. And then I'll turn it over to Jan to talk about what we're going to do in 2024. So again, the premise of the work is that parties actually want to share data, they want to share models responsibly, but find it challenging to do so. And the whole premise is maybe through standard contract terms, we can develop mechanisms to facilitate this. So in our 2022 report, it really kind of confirmed that basic premise, and we identified what some of the challenges were to the data sharing and the model sharing, and some of them are technical challenges, and we know our colleagues in the data governance group are working on this, that we don't have standardized data formats. So if two parties want to exchange data, it's very hard to do so and make it usable without the standard formats, without the standard APIs. Another big issue we found are just the legal challenges. How do we protect rights to the data when we share the data? And the legal issues cut across a lot of different sectors. We have intellectual property issues, we have competition law issues, we have privacy issues, and the legal uncertainties vary across different jurisdictions, which make it even more complicated than trying to figure it out in one jurisdiction. Then there's also the business uncertainties that, you know, parties are struggling on how do we come up with valuations of the data. You know, what the data holder may think the data is worth a lot more than the data recipient. So how do we come up with tools that can help parties evaluate the value of the data and reach efficient transactions? And then last but certainly not least is we have to be conscious of the data justice concerns, that we don't want to create markets where certain people are being disadvantaged or their data is being exploited. So then, you know, kind of taking that report that there were all of these challenges, and let me back up a second. You know, in terms of finding solutions, what we found in the preliminary report is that even though there is this great need for data agreements, the actual development of those agreements are pretty nascent. We don't have Creative Commons like agreements for data sharing. And we also found that the multi-stakeholder participation is important, because if we want to come up with licensing models that are fair, that are going to be broadly adopted, we need to bring a lot of people into the mixture to help us develop them. It also became clear through our work that there is no one-size-fits-all approach, that there are a lot of different types of transactions. So really the goal is to come up with a menu of terms, the fair terms that parties can choose to adopt for their particular situation. And then we identified like a whole host of issues that need to be addressed through licensing terms, you know, the rights allocations, because the laws are unclear as to who owns the outputs. How do we use privacy-enhancing technologies in connection with the AI, the ethical consideration. So then we built upon this in 2023 with our 2 hybrid workshops, and kind of we view GPAI as being the facilitator here. You know, GPAI doesn't really have the resources to develop the licensing terms, but the whole concept is let's bring the community together and create a forum where people can share ideas and try to advance the development of these contract terms. And in our 2 workshops, we really were overwhelmed by the broad participation that we had. People from all around the world came, some in person, some virtually, to participate. We got viewpoints from civil society, government, industry, academia. We've built up good collaborations with other multilateral organizations. The World Intellectual Property Organization, OECD have been very involved, the World Bank. And we also thought, because data sharing is inherently a multidisciplinary field, that we had to bring together all the different types of experts. So we had legal, policy experts, lawyers, engineers. The other thing we did throughout the course of the year was, you know, we went through this revolution with generative AI, and we really tried to tailor our work to address some of the concerns with generative AI. One of the big concerns of G7 members is intellectual property rights, privacy threats. How can contracts help address some of those concerns with respect to generative AI and leverage the business code of conduct? So, you know, this slide, I won't go into too much detail, highlights some of the things that we discussed in the workshop, using contractual terms, updating the landscape, really drilling down on how we can develop the contract terms to address the legal uncertainty, looking at where the law is going with the EU Data Act in particular, where the Commission has said we want to see fair, reasonable terms. How can this effort support the development of those terms? One key takeaway is that we really need common contractual definitions. When you have different parties negotiating and they don't understand that the language, we need to come up with those terms. We also really delved into the data scraping issues. I mean, right now we're in this untenable situation with data scraping. Everybody's doing it to feed the large language models. Lawsuits, investigations are mounting around the globe, and how can standard contract terms in combination with technical tools, business codes of conduct, try to come up with fair, more reasonable solutions. And that was also another big theme of our work. Some of the takeaways are that that I haven't already covered, that you know, there also are big applications here with respect to open source. One of the things that came up with our work is that people are talking about open source, open access with respect to AI models, but the current open source agreements don't really address some of the unique aspects of AI models in terms of disclosing weight. So that's like a whole nother area with respect to standard contract terms. And I think one of the key takeaways from the work is that, this need for the multi-stakeholder collaboration is really key. We invited people to come in with their standard contract terms and give feedback. So the plan for 2024 is to launch our AI contract terms incubator and build on the community that we've already established and create more regular opportunities through virtual sessions, and hopefully if we can get the funding, get some, have some hybrid sessions to bring the community together. And then here are some of the topics of interest that we're focused on is the open source LLM agreements, the data scraping, and then how we can leverage these contract terms for public procurement. And Yan, you've been doing some of the organizational work around open source. Do you want to maybe share some of the thoughts on what we're planning for first quarter next year?
Yeah, thank you, and hello everybody, and apologies to not be in India. Yeah, on open source, what we are trying to bring, and again, this is the spirit of the incubator, is to bring different people working and addressing this issue, not necessarily trying to, do a one-size-fits-all kind of solution, but bringing all the various people from Creative Commons, people from the open source initiatives, from Linux Foundation, from other places, to share some of the issue and challenge that we are facing here. We obviously have many large issue about what is copyrightable and how this license will work out. There is a new type of restriction. We are starting to see people are concerned about ethical restriction. Or do you fit that into the agreement, or do you enforce that? All these kind of things are very important. And again, rather than to build a new initiatives, what we are trying to be is a place for all the initiatives to share and progress together.
Yeah, so if anybody's interested in joining our incubator, Caitlin is organizing us and reach out. And I think that, the first objective with the incubator around open source is people are talking about open source, but a lot of people don't understand what it is. And open source is, there's a lot of different flavors and varieties of open source software. So we want to just kind of level set. We want to educate the community. We want to talk about how AI models are different from typical open source software. And that will inform, like, what type of licensing terms do we need, and hopefully by bringing this community together, we will inspire people to create licensing terms. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Our next presentation, if I can get it. Yeah. My next one is going to be about regulation. Andreas Libor and Sergio was unfortunately not here.
Yes, so hello from my side. I talk a little bit about that topic of regulation, and as we are the Innovation and Commercialization Working Group, the question is now how can we combine that? So the issue is how can we boost the innovation while on the other side we also regulate? Because we support that there are some regulations and regulatory efforts, but the main question is, okay, how can we still maintain that innovativeness? And if you look at what's happening there, it starts actually at very fundamental differences in how countries approach the regulation. And on the one side, you have the more horizontal one, like in the European Union, which applies to all AI applications, and a kind of a central government body that governs and enforces the regulation, and it's additional to the sector-specific regulation. As I heard, it's also, at least in some parts now in India, being discussed to have that more horizontal regulation. Then on the vertical one, you have, for example, the US or the UK, where you go and talk about very specific industries or applications of AI that are then being regulated, and that's with sector-specific authorities that enforce the policies. And then On the third one, you have the non-binding ones that, well, standards are broadly defined, and they are not enforced, and adoption is voluntary. That's, for example, in Japan, in Singapore, and Israel, where you have these more non-binding guidelines. And with that comes a couple of challenges. And one is that we not only have these different regulatory approaches, but we have different definitions of AI. So in some regulations, your use cases will fall under the regulation, and in others not. Then on the next level, we have the different applicability of regulation for the specific use case. In the EU, for example, it depends on if it's a high-risk case or not. So it really is then on the use case also within the regulation, the question of what types of regulatory requirements are applicable to your use case. And then you have different requirements that you need to comply with. So you have these three layers of complexity when you talk about regulation. And as we are the global partnership on AI, the main question now is, if you are a company that wants to sell your product not only within your own country, but around the world, how can you comply with the regulations also in the other countries? And what's the translation that you need as a company to comply when you start with your own one to then comply to another one in another region in the world? So, and if we did that survey just looking at Europe and at the European SMEs and asked them, what is it, what's the difficulty that you find in complying with different aspects of the AI Act? And as you can see, in data and data governance, it's more than 50% that it's either very hard or hard to comply with that regulation. In risk management, similarly, in accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity, transparency, and then it gets a little bit less in record keeping, human oversight, and technical documentation, but still also in them there is a mature, like a significant proportion of companies that have difficulties in that. And again, that is for the own regulation in the own countries. We're not talking about the regulation in other parts of the world. So why is it? Because there are no existing processes or practices of how you then comply with the standards. There are no existing tools for compliance to the regulatory requirements. And that also means that there is no globally approachable platform where you can look, first of all, what the differences are in terms of the concrete requirements to the companies for the different regulations in the world, and then there is not that translation from one regulation to the other. And that is what we wanted to approach with our working group. So we aim to support the companies around the world with the regulatory compliance to these different parts of the regulation. And the first thing that we do and that we did is to map the different regulations around the world. And that is what we did in the last year, or in this year, in 2023, which is still ongoing as the regulations are also still developing. So we need to adjust that constantly, but the question is how you create that ontology already. Then the question, is there any existing support mechanisms? Are there institutions that provide benchmarks, that provide already tools, that provide overviews of these platforms? So let's connect these support mechanisms for organizations. Then it's the question of, can we co-develop something where I say, is it something where we can do support, or where we can support that translation from one regulation into the other? Can we support in terms of the process descriptions, in terms of the tools that are available, and most importantly also on the upskilling, because there are no, the engineers have no understanding of how to then comply, especially with regulations outside their own countries. And then lastly, what we also want to do is to give feedback to the governments about the required support, what works well in one country or the other, so that you can build up that support ecosystem for the industry to then ultimately comply with regulations, and that is through KPIs, but also through regulatory learning. So what we did, as said, we had the first comparison of the regulations around the world. We now create also a survey for the affected stakeholders, asking the companies what's specifically difficult, not only what we did in Europe, but also around the world. How can we actually support them? That is what we then want to conduct in next year and here. If you know of any companies who would like to participate, that's for us very important and valuable feedback, so that we can then build exactly what the companies also need globally. The next one is we select the relevant fields for compliance. So let's start with one requirement after the other and do the deep dives to, again, as François said, to create these very concrete support systems and tools for the companies. That is kind of our task in our working group. Then to identify these support mechanisms around the world that are also now being built up, as for example in Europe we now built this ecosystem of support for the companies to then comply with the AI Act. I assume there will be these similar approaches around the world to comply with the own regulations, so that we can have that then global translation. And then build that library of existing approaches of activities and resources. So that is what we are focusing on in the next year, to have a first set of support mechanisms for the companies to then comply with global regulation. So that's a very quick overview about what we are planning there. As said, that year 2023 was rather that preparation as the regulation is just being developed. But now as the first regulations are more or less fixed, we now can start really to develop and to build up that libraries that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. So that should be the end of our presentation today. Maybe my co-chair, Lawrence, you would like to give us a few words about the work you had as co-chair during the time?
Yeah, thanks, François. Hi, everyone. Yeah, sorry I'm not able to be in India. The first year I started in GPAI as the co-chair of the SME group, and second year onwards I became the co-chair of the Innovation and Commercialization Working Group. So this really has been a eye-opening undertaking. Lots of interesting discussions and getting to know a more global view of AI and what's been happening in the world. From a Singapore perspective, my work in AI Singapore is very focused on industry. And obviously the last couple of months, a lot of talk on generative AI, regulation and all have come into play. And the work that we are doing here in GPAI is very, very relevant to the work that I'm doing in Singapore. So that's a very easy way for me to justify me spending a lot of time working on GPAI and involving my team members in helping to build the AI for SME portal and even contributing some of our IPs into the portal, like the AI Mind, and moving forward our AI resources, AI learning resources. So I'm very happy to be part of GPAI. And I hope that I have another year as co-chair of this group, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you, Lawrence, very much. And as a personal goodbye message to Lawrence, I must say it's been very nice to work with you. And I would like to emphasize the specific role that Lawrence has played. Obviously, Singapore has a lot of development, a lot of activities, and they very freely and nicely shared their work and their expertise with our projects. And I think this is the strength also of our groups, that people bring to the table their expertise, their tool, their everything, and their work, of course, and this is how we can progress together. We have a saying in French that alone you go far, but together it's faster. So this is the end for me. So now I'm going to pass the baton to Robert, my next co-chair. If you want to say a few words, Robert, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you very much. First of all, Lawrence and Francois, from my side, very thank you for leading our group since 3 years. And for audiences, very important information. When I joined to that group 1 year after of first outputs and results, I found that group as a very practical team who try to define and transverse the concept of trustworthy artificial intelligence to very practical tools. And we see from the results who presented today that tools, the portal AI for SMEs, what Poland adopted as other country, second country after the Singapore. That portal could enable Polish community to be visible for each other from the perspective of suppliers and SMEs. And then that project about artificial intelligence has had its premiere driven first by Japan. That we had a first overview among the many jurisdictions and find first differences between the jurisdictions. That base enabled for us to develop the project IP committee dedicated to the sharing of data and the models, and finally to understand how we can deal and boost innovation. Maybe now we can support the boosting innovation while regulation better could be by regulation. That was the first approach, and finally, maybe thanks to our work and the domain of agro, we can dive in the very precise, very concrete needs in the local markets. That could be maybe a solution finally to interact interlocally versus global challenges. Maybe it's the future approach for us. And coming back to our title, Innovation and Commercialization, hearing today's panel, I had thought that maybe we need a digital mirror inside of governments to talk on the interoperable language, yes, very practical, and has an impact. And what I can, from my side, for this thinking about a bit future, I'm super happy that our group participate in the work in other groups, working groups, when we can think about the joint projects, transversal projects. I'm really happy to have a collaboration. And why? Because we, as a GPAI, has a mandate to have an answer in the context of artificial intelligence, not only to the technical things. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
One more time, Francois. We have a good journey together, but I'm crying.
Thank you. So before we take questions, I have 2 items here. Number 1 is I would like to thank her here. She's been very supportive. Basically, we are people who have no time, right? We cannot work, we don't answer email, we don't answer phone, and still she can make it, right? So thank you a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Françoise.
The second thing maybe I would like to talk about, you've seen 4 projects here, and the question you might ask yourselves is, how do you come up with projects? How do we decide which projects are good? So far, we basically have one driver, basically, which was what could be helpful to companies. But there might be other ideas, and we welcome all your ideas about that, right? So tell us what we should do next to help companies, and we'll try and fit it in our program. Now, question, please. You can move some mic in the room. This lady first. Ladies
Hi.
first.
Hello. Okay. I am on the advisory council of GovStack, which is the UN initiative for digital building blocks. We are actually looking at GovStack and digital public infrastructure. I think that there's a really important collaboration that's needed with the Digital Public Goods Alliance within the UN, as well as the GovStack Alliance, so that we can actually tie all of these efforts. Everybody's struggling with the AI regulation. I'm also co-chair for digital regulation for the UN Science Summit next year, 2024. I want all of you involved in that. We need to pull all of these efforts together. Thank you.
With most pleasure. Come to us, please. Yes, thank you. Yes, you have a mic? Yeah.
Fair enough.
This person was second, excuse me, yes.
Maybe. Hi, nice discussion and the presentation of the project. So I am from the Indian School of Business, and out of the faculty and researcher there, out of the 3 areas that I work on, one of them is innovation commercialization. I primarily work with a lot of AI startups, basically talking to them about the initial first 3 to 5 years of their journey. After they have developed the tech, how do they commercialize that? I've started with healthcare as a sector. We are working with few AI startups in healthcare in India, and then maybe over next year, maybe in the second half of next year, we'll, depending on what findings we get, we'll also take it to fintech and Indian language. Yes, that's the other broad areas. Agriculture is a big domain, so I don't want to go there yet because the dynamics are very different. So I saw this initiatives that you have are more of a marketplace initiative. Is that correct in interpreting? Because Lawrence showed one for the SMEs, you showed one on agriculture. They will help solve the discoverability aspect. But what I see a lot of challenges, because I'm working with these companies for about 6 months to a year to understand their processes, is that once they have developed their innovation, how do they market it? How do they find people and the markets who are ready to pay for it? Open source is often not an option because they're working on very small funds. And one of the things that we see, where do they get the pivots? Pivot means change the direction. Maybe someone started with healthcare, they had to see that the same technology is more helpful, maybe say instead of cancer in TB or some other areas. So those pivots are very important. The marketing is very important. How do you reach out to regulations? Because the 2 companies that we are working with now, and some of them have stalls in the big exhibitor also, reaching out to foreign countries because healthcare has a lot of regulations. How do they mitigate the regulatory challenges are very helpful. I don't know how much of the problem for that we are trying to tackle will a platform solve, because discoverability is definitely discoverability is definitely one of the first aspect, but I think after that all the other aspects are quite important. I think we can take one more problem.
Okay, so healthcare in particular is heavily regulated, as you said, and if you work on the hardware side, like in the devices side, it's even worse. And right now, if you look at the inefficiencies of healthcare for governments, which is where we focus, we have the top picture, is the patient experience, basically patient data, how we digitize hospitals. Is not so much about solutions for the radiologist or the surgery, but really the overall, we have a population that needs healthcare, and we need to start datifying so that we know what particular diseases affect our population, how are we dealing with them. So any startup working in healthcare, if they were to focus on solving the optimization side of the patient administration and the patient handling, that's an area that governments are very receptive to fund, and the hospitals themselves. If you start from the bottom up, which is like the particular solutions for diseases or for specific departments in the hospital, that is harder. I have worked in image diagnosis for many years at Imperial College and in cardiology projects, etc. And I know now the both sides. And in particular in the UK, the biggest pain right now is the top down. our hospital administration, digitizing absolutely everything there. And that those are the opportunity areas for healthcare in AI.
No, I think very, very well taken. I think just quickly add one point. So the startups that we are working with are not really early stage. They have been 5 to 7 years in there, and they are profitable and successful now. And what we are documenting is the early first 3 years, and what are the challenges that they faced in the first 3 years, so we can learn from them and help other startups in the ecosystem.
Maybe you were asking about what
this forum can do.
What can bring to you practically, because this is what we're interested in. What is practical?
Yes,
right?
maybe I can share my learnings.
Obviously, we cannot solve everything, right? There will be a lot of needs which are not covered. The first thing we want to do is very simple. Actually, is we want to put SMEs who don't know about AI in contact with companies like your company that you're advising, to help them progress and go faster. This is the first level that we are dealing with in the SME platform. The second thing that we're going to try, and this is what the people with Lawrence, Betty and Quanchet have been doing, they've been bringing the tool, which is this matching tool, which is step one. If you don't get this step one, nothing happens, because the SME cannot do it alone. And they would need a lot of help to do it alone. The second thing that we're going to do next year with what Lawrence started to present is basically we realize that SME, after they do this first stage, they need to learn, they need to train. And they cannot go out and get a master. This is not what they need. They need easy training sessions, and we're going to try to put up a program like that. And as you see, it means that the platform that we have is the starting point, it's not the end point. So first matching, second training, third, you tell me, job fairs, linked to VCs, whatever you wish. So it's a platform which must go and will go with time. At this stage, it is what it is.
Great, right? I'll be happy to engage with your this group later on. Thank you.
Very welcome. Yeah. Yeah, this person here. Yeah, you had it. You wanted it. So go ahead.
Okay, fine. Okay. So the first thing is, though I was unable to hear Inma's session, the other 3 sessions I did hear, they were really good. Considering the fact you said they are all pro bono jobs, this is really commendable jobs. Man, that's something that I would like to say first. The second thing, that the question is, Lawrence, when you showed those solution providers, right, in the AI that SME portal, how do you verify those? Is there a verification mechanism?
Yeah, good question.
Yes. Lawrence, go ahead. Present SPMI.
Yes. So the solution provider, before they are onboarded into the portal, they have to complete a registration process, including completing what we call a solution provider maturity index, SPMI, which was contributed by France, and that's a very expensive set of questionnaire. But we also take the stance that in terms of governance of this, we leave it to the each country member country to decide what is the type of governance they want. We recommend a few, but it's up to the country to decide. But the SPMI should be a minimum. You could even go to the extent of having a formal audit and so on of the company. Now, following that, the company will then upload the use cases. After they've been approved, the company will upload the use cases. It is up to the portal operator to, and that's a setting that can be done within the portal, for the portal operator to actually review and approve each of the use case. Or if the portal operator say, well, these companies I have already validated, I will assume that these use cases are okay, and therefore, I'm not going to review each of the use cases uploaded. So that flexibility is given to the portal operator.
So when you say portal operator or a country, who in that country does this? Means is this the government? Is it a private entity?
Let me give you a very concrete example, right? We have here the French representative here, Guillaume, right? We want to ask a question after that. So for my institution, not for GPAI, for my institution, Up France AI, I want to be able to use this portal because I'm running a project which basically put in contact SMEs with service provider. I'm doing that by hand today. It's a pain in the neck to do it, right? So I apply to Guillaume as the French representative to give me the right to become portal operator for this thing for my project. He reviews that, he passed that through strategic committee and all the nonsense that they have, right? And then at the end of the day, he says yes or no. When he says yes, then I go to Singapore, who has the technical thing. They send that to me, and with the support, most probably of Betty. Sorry, Betty, we will going to bug you a lot. They help me to basically take the tool, translate that to French. We already did that a year ago, but probably need more. Translate that to French, brand it, put our colors, put our logo, put everything. So it's really a process by which the country representative is in charge of making sure that he gives the key, so to speak, to a portal operator which is obeying the principle which are listed in a governance document that we've written. So there is a governance document which says what are the rights and things that you need to do as a portal operator. Not everybody can do it.
Francois, maybe.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Maybe 1 minute, some 30 seconds from Polish case study. We have some success story, and that was a different approach. Probably, maybe because that coincidence that me is an expert in the same moment, the governmental representative. My person recommended inside to my government, please, we need to operate that portal. We get it, the technical features from the Lawrence and the Betty. And we have one person who is administrator of that portal, and that portal belongs to the Ministry of Digital Affairs. And because of that, we have a horizontal view and a very practical tool dedicated to our enterprises from one side and second side. This is like that.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Number one, Robert is in a very interesting position. I've not been appointed by the French government. Too bad, right? So I go for the French government. But in his case, what is very interesting is that they're pushing for a solution which is global at the level of their country, whereas in France, the decision is so far more like different portal operator. So what I mean to say by that is that we've tried to build a tool which is extremely flexible, and it's for each country to decide how they want to use it, how they want to deploy it. It's your decision. Of course, having a solution like the global one in Poland is nice, because then the government has a global view of its SMEs and startups. That's beautiful, right?
So when you say the government representative, you mean that all 22, 27, whatever countries of GPAI has, 29 countries have a single representative in GPAI.
We have a member state representative, yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. And he decides everything on this, how it happens. Fair enough.
In the agro project, because our clients are in the fields on a tractor, not filling out forms, we've done it in reverse. If we go to the farmers and we actually, or the agricultural associations, and they tell us which farmers are using tech, and then we ask them, what are you using? Then we go and check the company ourselves. And it's very easy. If you're really selling tech, you have a YouTube channel where you show what the robots are doing or what the tech is doing. The good companies that really sell stuff have YouTube channels. So for me, check box. Does their website has support? That means they have clients. I've been an entrepreneur, and I know how you can look very big on a website and do nothing, or when you are for real. And then ultimately we contact the actual solution providers. Also, we have built relationships with agricultural associations, which I am hoping they will be the portal operators in the future.
Again, very flexible model, and each country does the way they feel it's best. Guillaume, you had the mic, you don't want to use it?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your work. I have different questions, in fact. First one is, I'm not sure I got the business model of the platform, or at least how are we going to make sure that the initiative is sustainable and continue the maintenance, the development of the platform and so on. That's the first question. Second question is, does it make any sense to, I understand that for the moment it's on a voluntary basis, the fact that an SME or a solution provider is using the platform, but does it make sense, for example, I will speak for France, we have fundings for within the national strategy for AI, and we could ask as mandatory the companies that are receiving public money for their development to register on the platform, for example.
Thank you, do that.
Okay. Then it's more like a remark. I don't know if there is already a feedback process on the platform in order to provide, if there is something that is not perfect in the requirement, in the way the platform is working and so on. That would be nice to have these kind of features in order to improve the platform. Yeah. Okay, that's my question regarding the platform. Then I had the question also for you, Lee, regarding the IP. It's more like, if it's not already done on your side, maybe for 2024, we know that with the AI Act and the conformity assessment processes that are going to be implemented, some people will need to have access to information regarding, for example, the foundation models that are developed, the weights, the data sets that are used to train the model, and so on. So some information with the transparency requirements, some information has to be shared to everyone. Some other information are going to be shared only with audit companies or conformity assessment bodies. So how are we going to make sure that the intellectual property is preserved while implementing the AI Act and the conformity assessment processes? That would be interesting to know. And also, it's a question, but maybe for later, is it possible to open the models or open the data to a specific geographical area or to specific companies, but not other companies? Is it allowed to do that? Do we already have licenses that make it possible? So that would be also interesting to know, especially if we are opening, for example, the data, the public data, such as the data from the National Archives or for, I don't know, the Museum of France. Maybe we agree to open that to some partner, but not all countries in the world or all stakeholders in the world. So is it doable or not? And Andreas, for you, sorry, I'm too long. You speak about regulation. I was wondering if the output, the deliverables of your work could not be very fruitful within the harmonized standards initiatives that are happening right now, because in the end, if some standards from ISO are harmonized at a European level, most probably these standards are also going to be used by the US, for example. So even if the regulation is not the same, the conformity presumption will be the same. I mean, the process that the companies are going to follow in order to be in conformity with this requirement are going to be the same because the standards are the same. So having an impact on the standards could be the best way to move forward, right? Thank you.
Yeah, let's take the question maybe in order. So the first question was about the sustainability and the questions of evolution. The sustainability issue, remember, basically we are building a tool, evolving it. So when GPAI dies, that's funding fails, of course, but worldwide everybody will have their solution and are in charge of, paying for it and maintaining. This is what I didn't say. You get the tool for free, but then the cost of using the tool is yours. So the sustainability issue is going to be one like that by the countries. Now, about the question, maybe Lawrence, you can talk about the forum, because I think the answer to the question is the forum that we set up. Can you tell about that?
Yeah, so we have set up a community forum for all the portal operators and also the developers of the portal to actually come in and share with each other the best practices and any improvement that they want to see. They share the code, and then we can roll that back into the portal so that everyone else can benefit. So there is a community forum that we have already formed. And I welcome all the portal operators and the portal operators developers to participate in this forum. This is really the place where you download the portal source code, the governance documentation, the how-to guide, and if necessary, my team will actually help each country stand up the portal at least your first portal, right? After that, you have the experience, you should be able to help the other portals that's coming up in your country.
So multiple portals in all the countries, but a forum to ask questions and share best practices. We need to speed up because we have 3 minutes left.
Yes, I'll just answer really quickly, and we can then take it offline. I know Robert wants to chime in, and Andreas has to answer. But I think your questions kind of highlight one of the theses of our work and why our group needs to work closely with the data governance group, because we do need to come up with techniques that comply with not only the EU-AI Act, but you look at what came out of the White House with the executive order and NIST leaning in on standards. And I think so we need data governance techniques. How can you protect privacy, but also disclose enough information about the training data that you're providing that transparency? How can you disclose enough information about the data that you can create meaningful ways of accountability? And contracts can help. It's not the silver bullet single solution, but if, when Bertram comes up with the techniques, not that I'm putting you on the spot here, we can then, through business codes of conduct, through contracts, say, you're going to comply with this and create mechanisms so other people in the ecosystem, whether it's governments, whether it's other private actors, can then create enforcement. So I think it all works together. And I think the short answer on limiting access to open source, contracts can help. Contracts, business codes of conduct on what you're going to allow, what you're not going to allow, but building in the technical fences around that and having policymakers be able to weigh in are really important too. So over to you.
So very, very quickly on the questions here. Yes, on the European level, as now we really also get started, we do work together with the JTC 21 group so that there's alignment with the standards and the tools that we can then build. So that is given, yes.
One addition to what Lee said. You asked about some space when we can in which we can share data. It's allowed. My experience, Polish experience in the talkies with experts here in GPAI and around the world, its simple answer is of course. We have a very risky buzzwords: data ownership. Data belongs to anybody. This error. First, it's only digital copy of existence. Now it's only question how companies, how governments keep the data and block the access. And from that reason, we can build the club environment. People aligned, like-minded people, like-minded companies, governments, and establish, for example, in Africa, trusted but resilient from the outside space in which we can share data on our rules. Rules which enable us to disengage from the actual state of the open market. Open is market is other buzzwords for that kind of digital economy. I believe it's possible, but we need to practical pattern. For example, in European Union, we have a coordinated plan supported to support artificial intelligence strategy. We developed the concept data spaces. It's a bit different, but involving that concept, what I said just some minutes ago, it's possible finally to using the approach RegTech, not regulation, but RegTech, and to deliver some steward who guard the standards, how we can share data inside of that cloud. Yeah.
Thank you to okay, go, and then quick we answer and we go and lunch. Yeah,
I understand. Thank you for the wonderful panel. I was wondering, since there was a conversation about soliciting feedback or suggestions for the way you move forward. So, as someone who's currently a master's student in human-centered AI in Dublin, and as someone who's worked as an AI data strategy advisor to multiple startups globally, I've seen, at least in this startup space, there is an incentivization structure that is, focused on just the next, milestone, like, I need to get the seed funding, I need to get, this investor happy, I need to get, that, listing in the Sensex. So I was wondering, if you're looking at innovation and commercialization, these can often be sort of like proxy elements which we don't actually address in the name of business value. So like, okay, this many users accumulated, this many XYZs money accumulated, but innovation not addressed. So I was wondering, like the way we have carbon credits, we have certain incentivization mechanisms. If we could also address similar things in the innovation ecosystem, say you can actually tell startups, hey, you did this good job. You've proven that you've moved the needle further. So can we also make it an agenda for them to actually want to innovate instead of just showing that they have more people, more money?
Obviously, your question is much larger than what I could do. The SP mind that Lawrence was talking about is actually in our mind at the beginning. We started that in France. In our mind, it was basically an idea where we wanted to have a label for a startup. So we lined up 6 different axes with, for each axe, 5 or 6, or I don't remember how many questions, typically to assess precisely the different questions that a startup should ask themselves. And a lot of them, when we gave them this questionnaire, each of these questions gives a value, and at the end of a day, you have a score, right? And they said that the value was not so much in the final score, it was actually on the question being raised, because they say, oh, right, so we are doing our best. I'm sure we could do a lot better, but let's continue over lunch, okay?
Also,
lunch.
Innovation, lunch will go out. There's a point, innovation can't be funded, right? Means unless the innovation can be funded.
And commercialization, that's the point.
Exactly.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We need a picture. Everybody's here? And now we've lost him. We don't have Yeah, we have a picture of them outside. Can we have a picture of our people on the screen? With please? Online people? Online people, please.
Could you turn the screen? Oh, yeah, now it's perfect.
Yeah, very good. A little bit more. Yes, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Move on the side. We can sit down.
We can sit. You can sit.
You can sit and she's getting.
Now let's do some pictures.
Do that and
Yes, we can.
yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was good that this one, the feedback.
Yeah.
It's not only our town is wrong.
So when are you leaving?
Friday, tomorrow, very early morning.
Oh, okay.
Lee,
No, I don't have.
Thank you.
that's your pile.
My swag bag.
And
Hi, Professor.
Hi, how are you?
Good to hear.
Nice to meet you.
You have a flight ticket?
No.
All right, yeah. Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hello. A very good afternoon to one and all. We'll be starting the session in 2 more minutes. We're just awaiting one more person. Just 2 more minutes. Thank you for the patience. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'd request our esteemed panelists and moderator, sir, to please. I'd request all the panelists and moderator, sir, to please come up on stage for a group photo before we start with the discussion. Right. So we'll begin with the session. This session is basically a discussion with startups with founders of emerging startups in India, AI-based startups in India, who are leveraging the power of AI across different sectors, from agriculture to healthcare to enabling livelihoods. So AI-based startups in India have been at the forefront of technological innovations and entrepreneurship. India, with its vast talent pool and dynamic business environment, has emerged as a fertile ground for startups leveraging AI, solving a wide range of problems from healthcare to education to environment sustainability and financial services. For context, AI is expected to add USD $967 billion to the Indian economy by 2035 and USD 500 billion to India's GDP by 2025, accounting for 10% of the country's USD 5 trillion GDP target. Central to this dialogue is the critical role of an enabling policy environment for startups. The Government of India is committing to fostering a supportive ecosystem for innovative ventures in AI. Concrete steps have been undertaken to encourage the adoption of AI in a responsible manner. However, it is also important to maintain the policy push for innovation with responsible development of artificial intelligence. Policies must keep pace with AI systems and applications developed by the startup ecosystem with a view to balance responsibility, innovation, accessibility, and affordability of products and services. This session is basically a conversation and will provide insights into how policy frameworks can be structured to nurture AI in India. Moderated by Shri Pankaj Doval, National Editor, Times of India. This panel will feature founders and co-founders of emerging AI-based startups in India. These include Mr. Manu Chopra, founder Karya, Mr. Srinivas Subramanian, founder and MD Ariti, Ankush Sabharwal, founder and CEO CoreOver, Mr. Jayant Rathi, founder and MD Nayan Technologies, Mr. Ankit Modi, founding member and product lead Cure AI, Mr. Swapan Rajdev, co-founder and CTO Haptic AI, and Dr. Prateek Desai, founder Kisan AI. Before we start with the session, I'd like to briefly introduce all of these startups. Cure AI is a breakthrough artificial intelligence solution provider that leverages AI to enhance imaging accuracy and improving health outcomes with assistance of machine-supported tools. It taps deep learning technology to provide automated interpretation of radiology exams like X-rays, CTs, and ultrasound scans for time and resource-strapped medical imaging professionals. Cure AI is helping to make healthcare more accessible and affordable to patients worldwide. We are happy to have you here, Mr. Ankit. Next, we have Mr. Swapan Rajdev from Haptic. Haptic is an Indian enterprise conversational AI platform founded in August 2013. The company develops technology to enable enterprises to build conversational AI systems that allows users to converse with applications and electronic devices in a free format, natural language using speech or text. The company has been accorded numerous accolades, including the Frost & Sullivan Award, NASSCOM's AI Game Changer Award, and serves Fortune 500 brands globally in industries such as financial services, insurance, healthcare, technology, and communications. We're happy to have you here, sir. We also have in the panel Dr. Prateek Desai, who is the founder of Kisan AI. Kisan AI, formerly known as Kisan GPT, is an advanced multilingual AI chatbot engineered to provide farmers with personalized voice-based assistance for all their agricultural needs. Leveraging their expert and expanding knowledge base and powered by OpenAI's latest language models, Kisan AI delivers seamless and efficient support in many languages. It is not just designed for farmers, but anyone with interest in agriculture, such as students, researchers, and even hobbyists. In addition to this, the Kisan AI API platform is designed for seamless integration for with their existing partners for developing agricultural platforms. We have Mr. Jayant Rathi, founder and MD Nayan Technologies. Nayan Technologies was founded in 2021. Their AI-powered algorithms analyze video feeds to detect traffic violations, defects, or dangers on roads. Their products currently span B2B, B2G, and B2C domains. Nayan's products can be used for road safety, public space monitoring, infrastructure monitoring, smart cities, traffic violations, and quality assurance on fleet operations. We're happy to have you here, sir. Next, we have Mr. Srinivas Subramanian, who's the founder and MD of Ariti Business Solutions. Ariti works in providing simple, fast to implement, and affordable digital IoT solutions for SMEs and agriculture users. Specifically, they deliver state-of-the-art digital solutions for cattle health and activity management, GPS tracking for cold chain and fleet management. With these goals in mind, Ariti's products and services focus on improving profitability, yield, tracking, and performance. We're happy to have you here, sir. We also have Manu Chopra, who's the founder of Karya. Karya is the world's first ethical data company enabling economic opportunities for rural Indians. They capture, label, and annotate data for their clients with high accuracy, and in doing so, they provide critical supplementary income to people in rural communities. Karya connects digital workers to a variety of dataset demands across 4 areas: local language datasets, document digitization, building image corpuses, image and video annotation, and labeling. Karya prioritizes working with rural, below poverty line communities who are traditionally kept out of the digital work economy to create maximum impact. We're happy to have you here, sir. Lastly, we have Mr. Ankush Sabharwal, who is the founder and CEO of CoreOver. CoreOver is the world's first and the highest ROI delivering human-centric conversational and generative AI platform, which is secure, scalable, and reliable, equipped with patent tech, powers multi-format, multilingual, multi-channel AI virtual assistants. CoreOver has also launched its own indigenous large language model, Bharat GPT. Bharat GPT is available in more than 12 Indian languages in partnership with Bhashini, a national language translation mission under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. CoreOver's AI virtual assistants, chatbots, voice bots, video bots, serve hundreds of organizations that include IRCTC, LIC, IGL, and so on. We're happy to have you here, sir. With this introduction, I would now like to hand over the floor to Shri Pankaj Doval for guiding the conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's working now. So thankfully didn't say it's a brief introduction, it's a long introduction because we've got a very big panel. We've got 7 people out here, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of information from these guys about how technology is changing our lives, not only on the enterprise side, but in our day-to-day activities as well. And I'm really sorry for starting late. We all say Indian economy is growing and we see so much of traffic and activity outside on the road. So I got stuck in traffic jam, and I really apologize for starting late. But AI is the buzzword in India and across the world. And with generative AI, we saw ChatGPT suddenly becoming popular across the world, and the kind of the solutions that it can give are unheard of. We never saw something like that. Now we've seen Google come with Gemini, and India has now gradually started to take early steps in this direction. And the good part was that a lot of activities, if you guys had any opportunity to look at the solutions that are being provided by the startups out here, they are fantastic. I roughly spent 4 hours yesterday just talking to various startup CEOs, and the kind of work that they're doing, it's completely amazing. If you've not seen that, please go and have a look. And if you've seen that, I'm sure you would have liked it a lot. The good part in all this is that the government is taking a very keen interest in supporting the startups, and that's the reason that we saw the Prime Minister come here day before yesterday. He inaugurated the conference. He spoke about the importance of AI, generative AI, and also spoke about the need for some kind of a guardrail or regulations around it. We need a regulatory environment as well. Again, another good part is that all this is happening at a time when 5G networks, very fast networks, minimum speeds could be 1 Gbps. Those kind of networks have also started to roll out across the country. We're getting 6G now. And broadly, there is a lot of activity. And the good part is there are a lot of use cases that have started to come up. So let me first of all start with opening comments. And I'll go by the order that was given to me by the ministry. So please, there's nothing coming last or first. I'll start with Manu. Manu runs this company called Karya. I was amazed at the kind of work that these guys were doing. I read a story some time back in Bloomberg. And so they are crowdsourcing for local languages, local accents, and local dialects. So if I'm not wrong, they go, for example, in a state like Bihar, and they'll ask people to speak about various things, And that is how they're collecting the dialects. That is how they're collecting the accents. And these could be perhaps used by companies like a Google or a Microsoft in training their own models, because tomorrow you may have a voice-based search. How do you get those accents? How do you catch those accents? Somebody has to give you those accents. So if I'm not wrong, Karya is doing that. So Manu, your opening comments and some brief introduction about what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. It feels very wrong to be on the stage when Vivek sir is right there, who is, I think, easily one of India's most important technologists. So I think really excited to be here. I think our work at Karya builds on an incredibly vibrant ecosystem, right? I think thanks to the incredible work that so many people here in the room and so many people outside the room have done, today millions of rural Indians have access to a smartphone, they have access to a bank account, they have access to internet connection, right? I can't think of any other country in the world where low-income communities are as connected and as accessible as we have in India, right? And I think that's a huge privilege, right? So I think just starting off with just a note of gratitude, because the work we do would not be possible 10, 15, 20 years ago, right?
Some brief intro about the kind of work that you're doing.
Absolutely. So basically every year, tech companies spend billions of dollars collecting training data for their AI and ML models. Karya brings that work to communities in rural India. We are able to employ rural communities to build these data sets, whether it is speech, image, video, text. And we do this for different projects like Government of India's Bhashani project, where we contribute actively, to say working with the Microsoft or Google. Our workers own the data sets that they generate, right? So they share it on a non-exclusive license and they keep the ownership. And every single time the data is resold, they get paid royalties. And that keeps them on this pathway out of poverty.
Can you explain what the data is actually? What do you mean by data sets?
Sure. So I can always, I think the speech is always the easiest example to give. So let's say I want to teach the computer how to speak Marathi, right? So let's say, like I want to launch a computational language model in Marathi. I will need to collect hundreds of thousands of hours of speech data in Marathi. Karya takes that task, breaks it into micro tasks, into small tasks, and distributes it to workers in rural India who do this task on an Android app on their smartphones.
They're just recording.
They literally read out sentences in the simplest form. And of course, the tasks get more complicated. In the simplest form, they literally read out sentences in their mother tongue. They get paid 2 rupees per recording, or a minimum of 400 rupees an hour for recording that, which happens to be roughly 20 times the local minimum wage. And over a few months, over a period of few months, we're able to get them to 1.2 lakhs in savings, which is the benchmark that we use within the company. We do several other things. I don't want to take too much time, but the goal is, can we use the AI revolution to build new pathways out of poverty? And I think given the rising smartphone ownership and everything, it's a very exciting time to do this kind of work.
Fantastic. Kudos. Then next I have Mr. Srinivas Subramaniam, who's the founder of Ariti. And they are basically providing digital solution house for developing and delivering various digital solutions required by livestock and logistics. So I had gone to their website. So for example, collars for cows. They are smartly monitoring what is happening with cows, the health and other aspects. Or example, tracking and tracing trucks, logistics trucks and all. Again, that is something wherein you are involving technology in jobs where you would not have thought that it would be required. So if I can have some opening comments from you.
Yeah, thanks Pankaj. So yeah, I kind of, our stall also mentions it, and I mentioned it in the last event also where I was speaking, that we are fundamentally looking to transform rural India. And as part of that transformation, we chose that how can we impact the lives of dairy farmers, and that's where we have built our cattle health monitoring solution. The cattle health monitoring solution is actually very unique to India, because I don't know if you know that there are about 53 breeds of cattle in India, and there is no solution available today to track this. It's all being done with the tacit knowledge of the farmers, which is passed down generations. But even with that knowledge, there are misses, there are oversights, various challenges which the farmers face. So we believe that our technology can enable the next generation farmers, also the current generation farmers, to kind of be up to speed on what's the health. It's like giving voice to an animal which can't communicate for itself. So that's our purpose in doing this. Along with providing this, of course, the other thing which we have done is that we wanted to provide the entire ecosystem around dairy farmers. So not only do we provide the cattle health monitoring solution, but we also have a second vertical which provides all the dairy farm equipments and feeds and other supplements that the farmer needs. So that all his requirements to take care of cattle care and comfort are provided from one stop. And that's how we are progressing as an organization. We hope to build more solutions around this domain, thanks to some of our collaborations which are in the works.
So how many cows are wearing the collars?
So yeah,
people used to ask about who will bell the cat.
No, absolutely. I think we have just begun. So we have covered about 1,000 cattle today, there are 308 million cattle. So sometimes we don't realize in India, it's the second largest population after humans.
31 crore, is it right? 31 crore cows.
Yeah.
Huh?
So 30.8 crores. So that's the population of cattle in India, out of which about 70% of them are productive cattle. Okay, so there is a huge opportunity, and the gap in demand and supply is significant. But as you know that milk is a primary diet component for each of us in India. Yeah, we start our day with milk in some form, end our day with milk in some form, and consume at least 5 to 6 times milk in different forms all through the day. We don't consume as much any other product.
So before I go to the next speaker, just wanted to know how open are the farmers towards all this? Do they want this kind of a thing, or do they say no, we don't want it?
No,
गाय बीमार पड़ जाएगी.
No. I think the acceptance for this technology is very good in India today. See, farmers want trust in the solution that they are. And second is, cow is while it's a social and economic vehicle for them, it's also an emotional bond for them.
Obvious, yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of emotional connect with the cow as a animal. So they don't want to kind of put something inside the cow. So they are very comfortable with this kind of solutions.
Right. Next, I go to Ankush Sabharwal. He's, as was explained, he's the founder of CoreOver, and they make enterprise-grade video bots to accelerate and grow businesses. And they are the world's first and highest ROI delivering human-centric conversational and generative AI platform. So, Ankush, how's it going? And are you the guy who kind of troubles us with all those bots the moment we enter any website?
Yeah,
are you behind that?
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, thank you so much, Pankaj. And so it's exciting times, and we started this journey around 7 years ago in AI.
Yeah.
And that was the time we were kind of trying to convince the enterprises, organizations, the call center can be automated with this AI virtual assistants. And it was very, very difficult, and it used to take even years to convince them. Yeah. And now, thanks to this revolution in AI, hundreds of leads every day, and now everyone is mature, organizations are mature to adopt these kind of solutions.
Yeah.
And now we are launching Bharat GPT. So we have seen that now it's possible how technology can be now leveraged by everyone, every citizen, irrespective what language they speak, they're educated or not. So currently, I think a little irony is most of the technologists, they focus on, I think, first 5-6 crore people in India when they, try to address the market, try to generate the revenue. But I think if when the technology reaches to the pan-India, the country will grow, and of course, the companies would also grow. And it's not possible for all the technologies to actually reach out to everyone. So we are coming as one layer so that everyone can access the existing technology using our conversational AI layer.
You keep the businesses open 24/7. Basically, anybody goes to the website, there is somebody to answer your queries and all.
Absolutely.
But what exactly is video bot like?
Absolutely. So before that, so not just answering queries now, I think we are one of the very few companies who provide end-to-end transactions. One of the examples I can give is IRCTC.
I'm talking like a layman.
Yeah. So people can actually buy stuff. They can say कि मुझे 5 kg आशीर्वाद आटा के 10 बैग दे दो. अच्छा कितना हुआ 1000 रुपया हुआ. अच्छा 2 निकाल दो कितना हुआ 800 रुपया हुआ. चलो ऑर्डर कर दो. And not only that, so in IRCTC you can actually buy tickets saying मुझे कल की बैंगलोर से दिल्ली की ट्रेन टिकट बुक करा दो. You can
voice kind of
with a voice
command also.
Absolutely. Okay. So you can actually speak in a natural way, and we have seen that elderly people are using this more often. And video bot is very interesting. See, we are human beings. We want to talk to real people. Though we are in the business of making robots, we don't want to talk to robots, right? So we are trying to make these robots as human as possible. Example, we can create your digital twin. We see a lot of negative news about deepfakes.
Yes.
But we do that with a consent, but we don't just make it one way, we make it interactive. You think about employees talking to their CEO virtually, and consumers talking to their brand ambassador virtually, the minister. So
the good part is it's learning on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
Which is the best part. I go to the next speaker, Mr. Jayant Rathi. He's the founder and MD of Nayan Technologies, and they build original and cutting edge, as they call it, AI technologies that allows companies to offer fast, scalable, economical, and AI-based solutions. And these can be customized per industry. So, Jayant, what are your opening comments? Could you explain, like?
I think this is the perfect conference for speaking AI. A lot of guys here, I think they all have a lot of respect. They were in the panel also competing right now. Very briefly about what Nayan does. Nayan, as the word stands, is vision, eyes. Even our logo is like a swiggly gol ghuma hua na ya na. So it looks like an eye, but it's actually Nayan in Hindi and Sanskrit. What we do is vision. So similar to what Karya Manu does for speech and so on. Our work started in 2016 when I became an Uber driver. So I was driving an Uber and I figured out that the data collection market, similar to the data refinement market, like he said, is also very premium. There's a lot of cars on the road. If you can collect so many data sets of so many things happening across a whole city, then if you can bring it to a common panel for people to access, then you don't need so much heavy capex into so many things that government is spending our tax money for. Cameras lagao, apne vahanon pe apne cameras lagao, thousands of CCTV cameras, so many security cameras, so many things, so many police, so many things. When you have so much roadways and every day Ola, Uber, Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit wale ghumte rehte hain, har jagah ghumte rehte hain. So why are we spending so much money in so many government ancillary services, businesses, mobility companies, looking for traffic data? Kahan se aa raha hai? It's like there's no access. So if you can distribute a fleet or put a smartphone that everybody has, download an app, so no capital expenditure, आपका ही phone, आपका ही AI based data collect करे and distribute करे सारी demand based companies को or government organizations, then you have now squeezed water from a rock, basically. So you have now come up with a model which did not exist. So that's what Nayan does. It collects refined data from the market.
How do you do that? Like, for example, if I'm going in my car, would you make me one of your...
Yeah, so it's very simple. So you can do it now. It's an application called Nayan. You go on Play Store.
He's also a salesman.
So you go on Play Store, click in, type in Nayan, download the app. And when you're standing on the road or moving on a bike या गाड़ी के अंदर अपने फ़ोन को डैशबोर्ड पे छोड़ दो. This will collect the data that we need based on the demand and supply which Microsoft's or Google's of the world have. And this data comes out refined from your phone because there are nearly 6 to 7 AI models running in parallel on your device. This tech remains on the background, so you're not interrupted. आप video देखो, गाने सुनो. And this data collects, refines, and then transfers only the data packets back to the source, which is us. And then we give it off to different organizations.
How much money do people get?
5 to 10% of their basic monthly salary is added on top. So Uber wala, let's say 18,000 kama raha hai, so he'll make 1,800 rupees more in a month. If he depends on how much he drives. So the more you drive in the locations you want, the more you...
Last question from you on this.
Right.
That on the issue about data privacy, generally, not data, collecting so much of public data as well. So there could be issues about privacy or security.
So it's similar to collecting information, like you can send out 1,000 or 100,000 people on the roads और बोलो सारे जितने गटर खोले हुए हैं सबकी पिक्चर लेके भेजो. Up data privacy can be there if somebody is standing in the front of the picture while he's taking the picture of the gutter. Sure, that person's picture may come back, but AI is very refined. Like it's not taking a scene ki picture, it's looking at that image, wo raha gutter open, wo raha pothole, wo raha illegal hoarding, wo raha billboard expired. So very specific targeted data. AI is very good at this. So it's selecting data and micro collecting, not macro collecting everything and so on and so forth. Right.
Okay, now I'm coming to Mr. Ankit Modi, very heavy surname. Bhari welcome. Founding member and product lead of Cure AI. So you say that your mission is to provide AI to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable. Can you give more details on that? Kya kar?
Right. So we started with an aim to solve radiology shortage. So all of us, I mean, whenever we get ill, I mean, you might get a chest X-ray done or a head CT scan done and an MRI done. But what we realized was that there was not enough people or radiologists to read them, right? I mean, if you get a chest X-ray done in probably a Mumbai or Delhi, you might get your report in 2 days. If you go to a tier 3 town, it might be a week. And in villages, although NGOs and governments have donated X-ray machines, there is nobody to read those chest X-rays and tell what is wrong with that person. And that's where we saw that there is an absolute need at that point of time. But what we also saw was that the medical imaging market was growing by 20% every year. So if there are 100 images being taken this year, next year it will be 120. But the number of seats in medical colleges are only increasing by 5%. So it's already a severe problem, and it's becoming more severe year by year, right? So we saw an opportunity there that AI can be a game changer over here, where it can read images, because when we started out, imaging AI was on the rise. You already had Facebook, Google, who could determine things from images, and we wanted to use the same technology to read medical images. So now we are at a point where, you can directly use our AI for TV screens, say for example, or even if a radiologist can read say 50 images in a day, but his work list has 200 images, we can actually tell him that, you know what, these 40 are completely normal, you don't need to look at this. These 50 are very critical, first look at this and then go to the other images. So that solves, basically the person who needs radiology access more is getting access to it earlier, and the radiologists and doctors are able to spend more time with critical patients than normal scans.
Sure. Great. And the next one, I have Mr. Swapan Rajdev. He's the co-founder and CEO of Haptic. I think they were scooped up very early by Reliance.
Well,
is it true? You went in pretty early?
I wouldn't say pretty early, but yeah, fairly, 5 years into our journey. So we're now a 10-year-old company, and the first 5 years we went through regular rounds of startups, and then 4.5 years ago now, Reliance took majority stake in Haptic. So
do you regret that, or are you happy? I mean, the real game is starting now.
Yeah, and I'm super. It's been great, and I actually think that was the idea. This game of AI is no small feat. It's not a 2-3 year game. So that was, I think, our idea as well, right? This is going to be a long journey. It's going to take a lot of muscle behind it to really make it big, and obviously, Reliance brings a lot of that, but I think the good thing is Reliance, along with it, obviously brought a very similar vision, right? And I think, we're talking about AI and obviously all generative AI today, but, even 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, thinking about it, putting a lot of money into this, it took a lot of foresight to do all this. So, Reliance has been great. We're thriving and not struggling to survive at this point.
Good to know that. And last but not least, I have Dr. Pratik Desai. He's the founder of Kisan AI. We all hear about ChatGPT for humans. We heard about Kisan GPT, which is pretty interesting thing. So can you explain, can you tell us what exactly are you doing right now?
So Kisan AI is a multilingual voice-based co-pilot for farmers. So what we have been doing, we have been curating the agriculture knowledge that has been produced by different agriculture institutes and different farmer extension workers, and then using the generative AI, we try to deliver farmer the knowledge in their own language, so they can literally have conversation with the AI without any human intervention. It's available 24/7, and they can get the advisory they're supposed to get from some extension worker. And what we found out, we started working in agri-tech 4 years back, and we try to develop AI models for land segmentations and price prediction and all. And every time we figured out that it was the farmer education was most difficult. They keep forgetting things, they keep forgetting how to use application. So we wanted to make sure that we build something so simple and then use that channel to deliver the models. So right now what we have done is we have figured out how to reach farmer, how we can actually deliver the knowledge. So now through this channel, we are now delivering advisories, and now the other models such as price predictions and market analysis, that is something now we're going to enable just like voice. So now they can also start asking what is the market price, what is going to be the average market price, which month I can sell most. So those kind of feature which we kind of developed earlier as part of our journey, now we'll be going through this channel as and we will become real co-pilot for farmers for their everyday.
So they can have voice-based queries as well.
That was the native thing. So we build in such a way that they can actually have end-to-end voice conversation with Gen AI.
And how many languages do you support?
So we are supporting 9 Indian languages, English and some foreign languages right now. But I think so. We were actually one of the first one. Like I actually hacked Basini when it was not open. Like the model weights were like available somewhere on GitHub, and I through XML I kind of run it on my GPUs. That was like early days. So we actually launched this end-to-end voice conversation thing in March, like when it was called Kisan GPT, where you did not even have that feature in OpenAI or Google Bard. And that's working out well because we saw from the farmers that it's solving the real problem. There are not literacy problem, language problem, things like that.
Fantastic. And what kind of traffic do you guys get on your platform? Like on a daily basis, how many queries are being asked?
So until now, we have 300 to 400K question, answer, voice and text has been asked in like 6 to 7 months. But we are not doing any marketing or anything. Like everything is just we are letting it organically grow because we also want to make sure that like our platform become more accurate in terms of the things we deliver. So then we are like growing slowly. But like we have more than 100,000 farmers actually using it on platform like a regular basis.
And the responses are generated like are these generated through the models, AI models?
Correct.
Or is it like somebody sitting there and answering the queries?
So it's a generative AI basically. So we have our knowledge base, and then we've been supported by OpenAI and Microsoft since the beginning. So we use the OpenAI model right now, and we work with Servam, and we are just recently work on training our own model. So it's the first agriculture LLM that we trained and released. So our goal is to soon start using that instead of the OpenAI in future.
Great, thanks. And I would also like to welcome Mr. Vivek Raghavan. He's from Sarvam AI, and I guess you had showcased your product also today out here. Can you tell us more about that? If you can pass on the mic, please.
So we are just, we are a full stack Gen AI company, but we just started.
Yeah.
And so one of the first things that we are doing is we actually launched an open source Indic LLM. So therefore, and I think that we want to actually build this whole AI ecosystem in the country and support people by actually making all these technologies which today we kind of rely on the OpenAIs and the Bharats of the world, those kinds of things being available in India. That is our intent of doing it, and we want to do this in a collaborative way to make sure that the entire ecosystem benefits.
Fantastic. I think collaboration and aggregation is the way forward, and the good part is that we are talking about cutting edge technologies, but we only have Indian guys out here. All these solutions are being made in India by Indians while harnessing and kind of collaborating with each other. I wanted to understand, like, while you guys are hiring, for creating technology, the flip side is that many people say that, these technologies will also lead to a lot of job losses. Do you also think that this could be one of the, cons of the whole technological revolution, that while things become easy and more efficient, there would be a big impact on jobs in various sectors. What are your views? If we can start from the left and the right.
So I think we are all going to have opinions. I think we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But my opinion is we may have, but it will recover back. So it's always a transition happening in technology where the new thing comes out, the old people who are not ready to adapt or train lose the job, and some new generation start getting in. But it's not going to be like a net job loss probably, because if the software writing jobs, like software development job goes down because of ChatGPT, then the data annotations job will go up because we'll have more custom models.
We had Elon Musk recently say in an interview that practically there may be no jobs required. We will only have jobs because we want to give jobs. Our economy should work, otherwise, there is no need for any job once this kind of flourishes and becomes very big. Is that the thing that you also foresee, that jobs will be given just because they need to be given?
So I think Elon has so many opinions, and I think I'm not going to answer on any of his opinions. Like he changes every day.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So my take on it is a little different.
Yeah.
I think we are into jobs because of necessity and a purpose that we are driving. Okay. And I think that is where the structure of the job is, like you go to work, you get salary, and all of that comes into picture. But as technology evolves, there is going to be significant shift in the way that each of us engage in our professions, and that could be either offline, it could be online, it could be hobby based, it could be activity based, culture based. So there are going to be many nuances of things coming in, and I don't believe it's about a typical 9 to 5 job. That might not exist, because I clearly see that. But the other thing is, technology is adding comfort to human beings. And
human 9 to 5 may not exist means what does
may
what
not.
do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm just coming to answer that point. Technology is adding comfort to human beings, and people today, for example, can conduct entire set of their businesses on a smartphone. Yeah. So, and people are available 24/7 as per the necessity, right? So I think now it's many of the activities have shifted from being physically present at a workplace and logging in and logging out to being virtually available anytime, anywhere. And there are enough examples of that emerging, people going on Himalayan rallies but continuing to work and deliver on their commitments. So I see that as a major transition happening, people having a fantastic work-life balance.
Hopefully. Swapan.
Yeah. So, I obviously second a lot of the points here, but to me, I think history is our best educator for that matter. So if you go back, right, and I think these examples have been given, but during the time of Industrial Revolution, similar fears, right? Oh, assembly lines have come and, workers building cars, what is going to happen now? But if you look at it, 50 years hence, we're, I think, in a much better world. Yes, we have our own challenges. There were challenges back then, but, there's enough jobs still. There's people who have upskilled their new types of jobs. So I think all of that is what's going to happen. Yeah. One of the things which I do think about a lot through this transition is, I think the poverty divide or the divide in income has significantly changed from a long time ago till now, right? And I think what's going to happen 50 years hence, I think that is something we should think about. So while jobs will exist, will the money exist only a few hands? What can the government do to a lot of this? And what does it mean, right? And there's obviously proposals of, UBIs and all of this, but I'm not worried as much as jobs won't exist. I think jobs will be there. The question is going to be how much money do you make off of different jobs, who's using technology, and how does that work? So I think that's my thought on it.
Right. Ankush,
Yeah. So I agree to what Swapnil said. On top of it, see today, I think since morning I have not used AI much. See, I had to get up, take bath, had food, travel. Yeah. So I think whatever existing.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
We have to do something ourselves also.
Today are not open in the social media. Yeah, but of course AI is being used. I have 3 aspects, to consider, I think, for jobs. I think the one, of course, jobs would be lost which are doing kind of knowledge workers, very entry level, data entry or monotonous redundant work. I'm sure, I think we have already started seeing those job losses. But the new jobs, right? So we keep hiring, a lot of AI companies hiring. I'm sure VXR will start hiring so many people. Now you see Nayan, right, making everyone, giving more jobs. New prompt engineering. Now I think to develop AI systems, we don't need AI experts. I mean, normal people, everyone can add to make AI systems. I think the third aspect, which is very, very important, the existing professions. How do we make efficient using AI? I think that would be the addition of every profession. If someone is a doctor, how he can be a better doctor, how he can do more surgeries with efficiency and can do more. I think this is an interesting subject, and I think we technologists have to see how existing jobs can be better. But net, I think it would be addition. I have no doubt about it.
Hopefully net.
I'm sure.
Growth.
We'll see that.
Ankit?
So I have 2 angles to look at it, but my basic premise is that the danger of joblessness is serious and should not be taken lightly with AI at the forefront, right? First point is if you go back and look at when computers were coming into the banks, there was fear about job losses inside the banks. But then at the same time, an entire different aviation industry was being launched, right? So you never know, AI might launch different avenues as well. The second thing is that it's not appropriate to look at it as AI will replace human beings. What might happen, and what we are seeing at least in our industry, is that humans who use AI are replacing humans who are not using AI. So for example, if a 10-member marketing team was able to write 10 articles in a day, with ChatGPT today, those 10 articles can be written by 2 people. What will the rest of the 8 folks do, right?
Are you threatening the moderator?
So good.
I can moderate at least, hopefully.
Yeah, but I mean, what would those 8 people do, right? Like, so AI might open new avenues for them, but they have to be AI educated. So we have to take the danger seriously and make sure that, I mean, our population is educated and at least know enough about AI to use it in their daily jobs. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, it's a danger that should be taken seriously.
Yes. Your comments.
I think I'll play the devil's advocate to the conversation. So the thing that I have seen, having a contrast, because I lived abroad 11 years, 8 years in Africa, 11 years in the US, then now 4 years in Dubai and then India, and I keep walking back and forth. I see a contrast अपना Indian society and बाहर की society. So यहाँ पे jobs एक जने की एक job पे 2 जने लगे होते हैं. Why? Because the guy is half-minded, absent, doing something else, perhaps a lot of time. There's a lot of addition of labor that we have to do, and we've already observed this कि हमें एक ही काम के लिए कई जने चाहिए होते हैं. It is so I find it a little bit astray that हमारी problem है कि since we need so many people.
That's CSR that we do.
Yes.
In some
CSR,
sense.
In some sense. So we are aiding the job market to do the same job by 2 or 3 people, so it gets done. So it's I feel like the what we are doing by creating jobs like this is just making the general intellect and the general potential lower, because the expectation is set that everyone needs to have 2-3 people to do this work. So general acumen of mind is generally getting reduced. So with the help of AI, those menial jobs which require 2-3 people doing it together can be reduced to just back one, who was originally required using the tools and the spanner. The AI is a tool. You use a smarter tool, you get better things done. So just use that tool, and I elevate the general acumen mindset of people, so better jobs will come across. It's like we're just replacing the carts with the cars, you know.
Right. Vivek, what is your view on this?
I don't know, you're making me into a panelist here, but
please.
No. Certainly, see, I think what is going to happen is the way people do their jobs is going to change, and I think that's what most of the panelists actually said, and I think it's correctly that if you think that nothing is going to change and जैसे मैं कर रहा था वैसे ही चलेगा, it is not going to happen like that. Things will change. But then if we are aware that change karna hai, and we are a young country actually, we are a young country, we have that capability of changing. So therefore we can use this, if you call it a threat, into an opportunity, right? And I think that, so therefore there will be better ways of doing things. So I think that's the optimistic way of thinking about it, but you have to understand that something big is going on. If you close your eyes to that, then it is, and you have to be open कि नई चीजें आएंगी, things will be done in a different way, and I think that change is happening, and we have to embrace it, and if we embrace it, we'll be successful.
Be open and pray to God every day. But how many of you are techies, and how many of you are doing this based on an idea and then getting techies around you? Are all of you techies? Everyone? So we need to know tech, otherwise things will be difficult.
I'll just add.
Yeah, please.
I think that the last big technological wave was the internet.
Yeah.
And 1999, Windsurf wrote this paper talking about the end of information asymmetry. How now that we have internet, there will be no information asymmetry. You will know what I will know, irrespective of the language you speak, irrespective of where you're born. 30 years later, that hasn't happened yet, right? And most importantly, 30 years later, we still have 3 billion people in the world today that have no access to the internet, like zero, right? And the vast majority of the world has intermittent access to the internet, right? So I think the thing that worries me is we cannot afford to repeat those mistakes with AI,
absolutely,
right? We simply have to be a lot more equitable, which means more open sourcing, which means more local startups, which is what the government is sponsoring and supporting in such an incredible manner, right? And I think, we are in the business of giving people money. So at Karya, people often in a week or in 2 weeks make what they would typically make in a year. And we notice how their lives change with that. The biggest thing that we notice is when people get to that critical savings threshold where they feel they've entered middle class, they spend on education, they send their daughters to school, they change the way they live their lives. They become creative, they create art. We have noticed communities going back to their traditional art forms that they had to leave because they had to make money, right? We see people going back to their villages from cities and going back to their old ways of being, and that's beautiful too, right? So I think the most optimistic version of AI-led prosperous growth in this renaissance that we hope to create is that people will have more time to just be themselves, go from that 5-day week to a 3-day work week, and use that time to just be more human. Right?
Makes a lot of sense, and this is democratization of information, as we would call it, and especially when you have vernacular, voice-based search and everything. So everybody can join this tech party and kind of benefit from it as well. How, like, all the guys sitting here, as I said, are having Indian companies, but what is the role of the bigger giants, the Googles and the Microsoft and Meta? They'll not sit there and just watch companies get bigger and bigger. I'm sure they're playing a big role, or is there a threat from them? Do you think that we need to be careful and we need to watch them very clearly, that while we are trying to do something new, they may just come and disrupt the whole thing? We start from this side now.
At this point, they're all Indian companies. They're all led by Indians.
Okay.
So
it's a good thing to say.
I think ghar ki baat hai. But no, I think they're partners, right? And I think the whole, it's a multiple stakeholder conversation. We need the startups. I think they need the startups, right? We need the government. We need open source. We need all of it, right?
Yeah.
And I think what you're seeing today is I had the honor of visiting Senegal this year. And we visited some non-profits in Senegal who are using AI for good. And I was blown away. They were all built on Llama, which is, like open source. And they were building LLM technologies for better healthcare outcomes and better education outcomes. And I think you are seeing a lot of collaboration across governments, private sector, public sector, and non-profits and all over the thing. So I think you need everyone. Academics, like you need the whole thing. Yeah.
Jen?
So I guess it's sort of a confusing matter. Like how
enemies?
Yeah,
friend and enemy both.
Friend and enemies both. Overall, I think just generally bigger companies, like छोटी नदी बड़ी में मिलके ही समुद्र पहुंचेगी, वो तो normal कहावत है. It has to happen. You have a bigger organization that has operational efficiency more than us startups can achieve right now. We are chasing money and survivability. It's a different problem we are solving. We are solving our existence. They are solving something else. So for them to enhance, they need to consume. They need to get bigger. They need to have better offerings. Google didn't just form Google Maps and Android and YouTube and all of them through pure innovation. They had to consume the companies and the startups who were making them. So eventually, it seems like the general evolution seems, if you're lucky enough in a 1 in a billion maybe, you get to become a Microsoft. But at this stage, at day and age, overall mindset for us generally as human beings is to enhance the human potential. So if छोटी नदी बड़ी नदी फिर समुद्र तो वो it's
बड़ी नदी यहाँ से भी शुरू होगी. Hopefully, we'll have bigger rivers out here as well. Ankit, and let's be a little brief because I think we may be reaching the end of the.
Like what Google is to us, Yahoo was to Google 25 years ago, right? And Google ने बनाई अपनी बड़ी नदी, so there is no reason why we cannot do it. Secondly, I mean about these big corporations, right? For example, Google is trying to get into medical imaging AI, but it's one of the 1,000 things that they are doing. For us, it's life and death. And that's how an OpenAI can challenge Google, Google can challenge Yahoo, and newer companies can challenge. It's always David versus Goliath, and anybody can win, but you have to give it your all. And I'm quite hopeful Indian companies will form their bigger nadis. Yeah.
Yeah, so of course, so very helpful these bigger companies now. Yeah, they are partners like we, Bharat GPT Core, our partner with Bhashni for the languages and Google for infra. We get GPUs readily available with them in India. So yeah, I don't see threat, and I think even Google does not just partner with the startups. Google partners with big companies as well.
They need us. They need us to a large extent.
Yeah, it's kind of both
They need
ways.
local partners as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, similar thoughts. I think, big companies, small companies have existed for a very long time. But the good thing is, I'm seeing the big companies partner a lot, as Ankush was also saying, all the big guys are now partnering with smaller guys, but also obviously, in the end acquiring them, which makes sense after a certain point. I think the one thing we should all think about is the data divide. At the end of the day, the data is all going to them. So, how do we build some moats as smaller companies for the longer term? It's something we should not forget about, but doesn't mean we should slow ourselves down. So, I think that's my take on big companies versus small companies, especially in the AI domain.
You are part of India's biggest company. You don't need to worry.
I know, I'm not worried now, but I was worried a little while ago, which is where, my thought from there.
Srinivas.
Yeah, very quickly. I think the question is actually, what are the skill sets that each of these organizations possess? I think quite often we fail to recognize that there are only 3 telecom players active in the country. Yeah. Every data flows through that funnel. That's after that only Google's and everybody else in the world, it reaches to them. Yeah. So before that is the government which leases out the bandwidth. So every in the organization has a space and a play in that, and they are building that play better and better. So whether it's a telecom player, they are building the 5G, 6G networks.
They're not very happy. They are the dumb pipe. They're saying I'm saying they're not very happy. They are seen as a dumb pipe. Everybody else in the system makes money.
I agree.
They just provide the infrastructure.
They just provide the pipe.
They want their share.
Correct.
But
I agree. So I think there is a journey for each of the organizations.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, I tell you, there are 100 million problems to solve. No Google, no Facebook can ever solve the 100 million problems. Absolutely. It would be fundamentally wrong for them to focus on it. It's better that they focus on what their skills are, which is aggregating data and providing larger insights or big data insights, and allow the organizations which are the startups and other organizations to flourish and solve the 100 million problems which are needed by the country and the world.
Yeah, Pratik.
I think for me the problem is not the big company, it's a big company's AI, because like OpenAI releasing new features actually killing many startups, things like that, right? So which actually AI company can deliver or build something which actually kind of hurt us in terms of AI startup, that's like most important thing, and I think that's where the proprietary versus open source comes out, come into play. So
right.
It's almost like bigger AI killing smaller AI jobs,
True, actually, yeah, that is true, right?
It's very true. Yeah.
Lastly, I would like to understand the role of the government. In fact, the MOS Rajiv Chandrasekhar was supposed to be here, but because of some urgent meeting, he's not here. That is the kind of seriousness they have on these issues, and he wanted to be specifically here because he wanted to understand what startups, their journey of startups and what they feel. So I just wanted to know about the role of the government in all this. The government is talking about guardrails, the regulatory framework. They are talking in a very positive way, as they say. But sometimes there's also this kind of a view that regulations can stifle innovation. So what kind of a role do you think the government needs to play in this? And are there any specific areas where you think that the intervention of the government is required on these matters? Again, start from you.
I believe quite strongly that the government has done and is doing everything right here. I think I almost feel like the ball is in our court. You know what I mean? If I look at something like Bhashini, I feel like a government's role is to build the basic building blocks, and then the private sector should add on top of that. And I think especially, in my field with UPI and Aadhaar and the last 10 years of public excellence we have seen in this country, I think the job is now for the private sector to be excellent. And we have seen some examples of that. I would like to see more. But on the government thing, I think I genuinely I do see the need for regulation. I think whatever they decide to do would be the need of the hour.
Okay.
And I think so far it's just been an incredible... it's an incredible honor to see how excellent the policies
Government is
have
very
been.
involved in this.
Especially with the original Niti Aayog AI policy, which I thought was a phenomenal document, and the new ones that are coming up. I think it's just very exciting to see how state of the art.
No,
policy is.
absolutely. And I think the whole DPI stack that we have in itself is very surprising and very credible job done by the government. Jen, do you also feel that regulations are required, or do you think that,
See,
it can be?
I feel on the other side. Less than 0.1% of Indian AI companies have an IP. This is a fact, an IP India. Less than 0.1%. Israeli companies, 67% Israeli companies have an IP on artificial intelligence. They are the masters of innovation. They have innovated, we have copied. We are not making in India, we're copying in India. That's the general philosophy behind Indian companies like us. It took blood, sweat of years to put in millions of dollars of my own personal money and investors' money. And God's grace, we got the right investors to help fuel the IP innovation. Yeah. Then the market got flooded with everybody copying what Nayan does, 20 national awards. So let's do what they do because it's the best, whatever. Now the problem is, why do we innovate in a country if the judicial system and the legislative system and the government system does not incubate innovation? Ground research into AI and artificial intelligence and core robotics and all these streams, which are the only future that we are counting on. Why is there no IP generation in any of these domains? So little. More about implementation, execution, then Microsofts and Googles are the best because they are the ones innovating, they are the ones IP generating. We are using and deploying, and we are now threatened by their expansion. We should be, because we have nothing unique that they are not generating already. So I feel the government has a larger responsibility than all of us. They are the ones who are the watchdogs of how we innovate, how to inculcate innovation, creativity, intellectual property generation, creation of intellectual property rather than creating jobs. I think it needs a small paradigm shift.
Obviously,
yes.
Makes a lot of sense in what you're saying. Ankit, what is your view?
I'm quite optimistic about India's role in AI. What I absolutely love about our country is that we have a tendency to leapfrog innovations. Before we got landline to every village, mobiles have reached everywhere. Before we got CT machines into hospitals, we have got MRIs directly after X-rays. And I think AI is going to be similar. We provided the best software services 20 years ago. But with AI, the best products will come out of India, not just services. We have the largest data, we produce the largest amount of data sets. We have the youngest population. But coming to your point about regulatory, right? I think I see it very similar as, it's a very tight rope to walk in, balancing innovation with regulatory framework. And it would be naive to assume that anybody can get it right at the first time. So the governments should treat AI regulation like we treat our AI models. Build something, deploy, see whether it is stifling innovation or it is not being safe enough. So the tendency to iterate fast on shaping these policies will be vital. So we should not assume that we'll create a framework of policy and then deploy it for the next 10 years. We'll have to be fast enough to iterate on it. So that's, I think, very important.
Right. Ankush?
Yeah. So I think if you have to come up with a company or a startup innovation, we need, I think, 4 things. One is funds. We need base technology to build application on. Say, traditional days, you need Java to build applications. So you need team and you need opportunities, customers. I think all of these 4 have been now provided by the government. If I start with funding, there are incubation centers, they are funding AI companies. One I know is iHub Anubhuti IIITD Foundation. They are invested in us. And they are mandated to invest only in AI cognitive companies. Second, technology, Pashni, as Manu said. I've not seen any government creating it, right? So if you have to use third party from big companies, say it will be, say, 6 rupees per minute, say if it is speech to text. Bashti is giving it free, not just the model.
Yeah.
They have deployed it.
I've seen their platform.
Yeah, they are spending for GPUs and all that. Third is team. Yes, we have the access of professors and scientists of IIIT Foundation. So we are getting team as well.
Yeah.
Opportunities for startup, there are many clauses which are exempted, like prior turnover clause. You don't, so no no turnover clause. So whenever RFP comes, they ask for, you should have this much turnover. For startups which are DIPP approved startups, that turnover clause is not there.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, prior experience clause is exempted, EMD exempted. What else? We can compete with any big company.
No income tax.
Income tax, yes, for 3 years, which again not for all DIPP approved startups. I think there is again subset of those companies. We are one of them, ATIAC. We got that exemption as well. I think it's a whole ecosystem. Now you see a lot of AI. I think you keep searching for AI tenders, artificial intelligence, virtual assistant. A lot of work coming from the government. You are getting everything. I have no ask currently from government. I think one thing which they are anyway working on is giving us more data, anonymized data. India has a lot of data. I think there are talks. I hope we'll get India data so that we can build
one,
better.
but yeah, they're trying.
Yes.
Swapan, what is your...
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things. For India, I think number one, we're actually at the very early stages of the innovation, right? I think there are countries like the US and, as you were saying, Israel, which are way far ahead. Obviously, they're thinking about a lot more different kind of problems on regulations. I think for us, one thing we need to do is, as we said, there's so many problems to solve. I meet entrepreneurs or people really wanting to solve problems, but how do they find the right problem to solve is a very big problem, right? So I think the government can really foster idea creation, getting ideas. Let's say, it's very hard for me to know what a farmer in another state would be feeling, because I just don't have that access, right? Healthcare. I think getting people, budding entrepreneurs, closer to the actual problems and feeling that problem so that they can solve it. I think government is very well placed to do it.
No, but government depends a lot on private sector to create use cases. I think that's where I think the private sector can help the government.
So I think there's a very big collaboration there. So I was talking to Mr. Abhishek Singh also, and that's kind of what it was, right? That how do we first find all the use cases, private government together, right? I think that's number one. The number two, I think, I was part of a room yesterday where it was a very interesting debate where regulation does not only have to always stifle innovation. There are examples of regulations really helping innovations, and the right set of regulations can really help that.
Yeah.
And the important part of that, which I think the government's doing a great job in, is giving startups and industry a seat on the table, right? And I think every conversation happening, startups, industry are being given equal importance. So it's not people outside this industry doing it. So I think that's a great thing by the government, and I hope these things lead to very good outcomes. But that's my take on the role of the government and what we can see in the future.
Fantastic. Srinivas?
I think Swapan brought out a brilliant point actually. So startups getting the kind of focus that we are seeing now is a very encouraging sign. I think there is a lot more that government can do. Yes, participation in government bids, participation in business opportunities. That's a lot of opportunity where government is investing significant amount of money into development of the nation, and startups have a big role. I think that opportunity can be enabled better for startups. That's number one. Second thing, I believe that regulations can actually protect startups and encourage growth of startups. So what we see is that the kind of governance which is needed by a large corporate and a startup are almost similar. And that's pushing, because startups are very tech oriented people. They understand technology, they know how to solve a business problem. But they are not enabled to read company law, have the audits and taxations and so many other formalities which are needed for big companies and where they have resources. So I think one of the things that government can do is simplify the process for startups to engage and generate business and wealth for the nation. And the simpler it is, the better it is. Maybe there are avenues by which the startup can focus on tech side, and something else, somebody can be created as a pool to take care of the other aspects of the business. So I believe that government has a huge role to play in that.
I think they're doing their bit. Pratik?
So I think I have a little bit unfiltered opinion. I think I want no regulation. Like beggar cannot be chooser. There is a newer IPS conference going on, world's biggest AI conference, and India has a zero entry in that research, like the conference, right? So we know we do not have AI talent. We do not have GPUs. And if we're gonna stop a small time hacker or a student or small startup to worry about regulation before they're working on some voice cloning startup or lip sync startup and other thing, then we're gonna just restrict this ecosystem. Like I've been living in Silicon Valley for 12 years, and there is a reason they are there, because there is like a unrestricted innovation. You just let them filter. Our consumers are smart, like Indian consumer, the smartest people. They will figure out what is good and what is wrong. Capture the people who are actually misusing it, but do not let startup and everyone to like, hey, read this 20 thing, otherwise you cannot have a startup or something.
No, but I think consumers are smart and generative AI is smarter. We have issues of deep fakes and so many other issues, IP violations, and also some bit of regulation. Personally I feel, I don't know, we can't be living in a regulatory vacuum as well. You can regulate when it become part of like someone using it commercially or something like that. Then you can do IP. But like if I'm trying hacking things, like I'm having a garage running on one GPU and trying out voice clone and somebody get the file, I don't want that guy to be in trouble, because you are hindering the innovation. You are hindering someone to try and hack things around, learn new script and everything, because he's always worried about someone gonna knock my door because I'm working on some new script, something trying out. Because that's why we do not innovate. We say India is service companies or software as a service company. We are always in the service. Why we are not having innovation? Why not have a generational company coming out? Because this is all, I personally feel that the regulations sometimes can actually hinder the innovation. People are afraid of okay, this is going to happen. Even before we have a deepfake company, we are already worried about deepfake. We do not have any company in India coming out who is working on voice cloning models right now, but then we are still worrying about voice cloning model do not do this thing. But in a country where there are public lynches just because of Facebook, WhatsApp forwards,
but that can happen anyway.
Kind of checks and balances.
But I think you cannot stop them anyway. They will download another one from US, right? They can find a model from torrent, and they can do that. If someone has the intention to do that, they will find model from anywhere and do it. But by doing that thing, who has a good intention to create a startup, then they will be those good people will always worry. The bad people will find out anyway. So we don't want to have stop them and let them do experiment with a good intention. If our security and cops, they are very thorough in terms of finding all the culprit, our IPs and everything get tracked. So if someone does that, we'll find out. There will be someone knocking at the door if they're misusing the deepfakes.
Right. No, but broadly, I think there are little divergent views on this, but broadly, I think everybody agrees that this is an era of collaboration. This is an era of aggregation, and also this is the era of India. With our large footprint, almost we are reaching 1 billion users, maybe in the next 1 year or so, I don't know. This is the market that everybody wants to come in, and it's not that Google and Microsoft or any big company is doing any kind of a favor to anyone. When they work with Indian companies, they require this ecosystem as partners to become more effective and to become more efficient. And Indian companies are, second to none. I think they're doing a great job, and especially the kind of energy that you see in this small room. I think most of them are ready to become the big Nadi, as you were saying. All the best to you guys, and thank you very much. I would have loved to take some questions. We can take 2 questions, okay, but no comments, just questions, and please identify who you are and to whom you are asking. So first I'll start with that.
Hello to all the panelists, and my name is Karthik. So my question is for Jayant sir. Sir, back in the expo, Google's main center of attraction was AI for traffic and roads. So do you feel that they are trying to mix your river into their ocean?
So, like I said, at the end of the day, all our goals should be aligned. So we are trying to get the country better. If Google does a better job than I do, they are sure as well they should do it instead of I am. Why am I doing something that Google does 10 times better? Is my question, right? Why should I not pivot immediately?
The best guy has to win.
Right.
Or they collaborate.
Since you've told me that they're doing something, I'll take a look at that.
Definitely.
Yes, sir. You had a question. Mike, pass.
I'm okay with it. I'm so shocked. And the question is to soften. I want to pick it up from where, see, all you guys are tech fellows, and of course, is solving problems. But where the problem is in a particular industry is the people who are in the industry. So see, I have an idea and there's a problem in my industry. How is that we come in touch with you people? So it's very difficult for us to connect as a person who sees a problem in the industry with their AI into tech and with the startups. This is what I want to know.
What do you do, sir?
Well, I'm a lawyer. I'm a solicitor in the UK, and this is where the problem is that I see a problem in an industry there, and it's very difficult for us to put it through the tech, and the second, being scared of the idea that it will just go away from us. So that's one of the reasons I thought I'll ask Swapna.
You've got the right set of people in front of you.
Yeah.
Please, sir.
Because what he said, so I thought.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think I'll address your second question / fear first. I think, see, we're all, at least I fairly certain can speak for everyone, we're all very open to criticism, right? Because I think this is new, and I think we're all okay with someone pointing out flaws in the system, because I can tell you there are enough of them, right? There's no fear of that. So I don't think, there's a fear that we should not bring it up. The question of how can you reach us, I would like to think, at least in today's day and age, I know Twitter and LinkedIn are the two most popular things. I'm very active on them, even though I don't post, I reply to a lot of them. But I think to me, the idea of all of this is how can we collaborate more, right? And I think exactly the one thing is, if you're a lawyer, how can law or legal firms and companies or startups like us work more together? So I think collaboration could be one of them. But I think the long story short is I'm more than open to hear criticism, and I would love to connect after this. And, Twitter and LinkedIn to me are the best sources. You just send a tweet or you DM, and it's kind of, most of the times we get replies, because we're all very active on social media for that matter.
Just one last request from my side. Is there any lady who wants to say anything? We just have guys speaking. Why aren't the ladies asking anything? I would have loved if there were a few ladies on the dais as well. Please ask. Ask the most toughest question. Any girl? Anyone? Yeah, she'll ask. Please pass on the mic. Need to see more women as well.
My question's for Jayant. What you said about very little IP coming from India kind of struck a chord with me, because I was also in the US for a long time, and I have definitely seen this divide. So I'm curious to hear kind of your thoughts on what it is about the Indian ecosystem that results in that, right? Like, if you have a point of view, and maybe we can fix that. Because
please identify yourself as well.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Pooja, and I actually work at Haptic as a VP of Geo Business. All the work that we do across the Reliance ecosystem, I oversee that.
Okay, thanks.
So it's an excellent question. It's a question that I'm still getting my head around. What are the differences between them and us? Why is there so much more open-mindedness in the innovation circle? There is open-mindedness in our circle as well. ISRO, a lot of big organizations are doing a fabulous job. They're inculcating and protecting the cream of the crop through a very strong mechanism. The basic difference, at least in my opinion, again, a lot of opinions here. So in my opinion, there is a very rooted survival instinct in India. We are surviving on the day-to-day basis. Startups are looking for investors, money, grants, whatever, customers to make them survive. It's less about survival back in the US. It's like, for sure, worst case worst, you have social security, you won't die. You will get medical attention. The basic survival of a human being is not in question in a lot of the Western worlds. Here, there is no insurance who will make you survive. If you're not admitted, insurance doesn't cover your cost, period. If you don't have any social security if you run out of job, money and such, and you have a house to maintain, I feel the basic survival instincts are very, very strong, rooted deep into our country, and we are aiming to survive. Happy to take.
Sorry, please use the mic. What did you say?
Over there we have social security. Over here we have social shame. Like, if a startup fail, then it's like a bad batch, and that's why people are like afraid of it. But that's like the I see like the problem, right?
Just to push back here, sorry. There is a ridiculous amount of good work happening in the country. I could speak for the next 4 hours about startups in this country that are truly world class. When I say world class, better. And that doesn't mean good work is not happening outside India. I'm not trying to say only, you know what I mean? Like, I think we have to be nuanced here, and there are historic challenges of being a developing country or being in the global south that are being tackled by a lot of excellence that is in the room, that is outside the room. So, I mean, the amount of good work that's happening is beyond phenomenal and beyond exciting. And I think I really don't want the young people in the room to leave with like the US is light years ahead. I won't even say they're ahead.
They've
right?
raised millions of dollars. They're very rich now.
No.
So,
So it's
no, generally feel encouraged. I mean to say, do good work,
Please,
make good
like-
money.
I just want to add to Manu's point that the difference between US and India is pretty simple. Like the starting line is not the same. We are a 75-year-old company comparing ourselves to a 250-year-old company. Forget India and US. Take within India, right? Punjab was under British rule for 90 odd years. Something like UP or Bihar were under British rule for 250 years. 3x. And that reflects in the per capita income of those states. So, I mean, it's not that the gap cannot be bridged, but you and I have to do that, right? For the next generation to be at an even level platform. So, yeah, it's quite optimistic what we are seeing.
Thank you. On this optimistic note, thank you very much for joining us here. And we have a great set of individuals. So all thanks to you guys. Keep up the good work. And thank you so much.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for all the insightful discussions. If I had to sum up this session, I would just like to tell the audience that some time back I had the opportunity to attend a talk by Mr. Nandan Nilekani, and he was talking about how we can integrate digital public infrastructure and artificial intelligence, and he highlighted 3 problems, and most of it was discussed in some form or the other today, and I would like to say those are: make India the use case capital of the world. That is our potential. Models are definitely here to be commoditized, but I think let's make our potential, our diversity, our strengths lie in how we leverage our use cases. Second, build good data. That is fundamental to every model that is being built, that will be built in the future. And thirdly, leverage digital public infrastructure for digital public intelligence. That is where I think the power of community data comes in. That is where the power of non-personal data comes in. As for the discussions, I think a few quotes stand out to me. Humans who use AI can replace humans who don't use AI. That signifies the readiness that we need to prepare for. Second, when we talk about startups and big tech, it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Big tech can be important partners. Something that Manu also said stood out, that for AI-led prosperous growth, we need more open source, more equity. And these are fundamental to this growth. When it comes to the government support, incremental policy making is important. Incremental where you build, where you learn, where you iterate, but fast. We need more base technology, similar to our approaches with GPAI. We need access to experts, opportunities for startups, seat at the table, and obviously reduction of compliance costs. And as for balancing innovation with responsibility and ease of doing business, I think as we rightly pointed out, we need regulation, but regulation can coexist with innovation, and that's how regulatory sandboxes are built in the first place. So with that, I would like to sum up the key discussions. With that, I would like to conclude the session and thank our esteemed panelists for their contributions to this. I would also like Colonel Gyan Prakash to please felicitate our esteemed panelists. Colonel is our Chief Research Scientist at the Ministry of at the Digital India Corporation, and I would kindly request him to felicitate our esteemed panelists and the moderator. If we could have the team, please. Thank you so much, sir. With that, I would like to close this session, and thank you to the audience for listening to all the perspectives here patiently. Thank you so much.